Susan?
I can't complain.
Oh,
I
thank
had
you. You
some,
should have just called me. I'd come down there to you. Are you able to go ahead and
very unexpectedly.
get a time scheduled?
Hello?
Hey Stacy, it's Doug.
Yeah, so
Okay.
my mouth is
Can
like.
you hear me okay?
But, okay,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I loved what he
All
gave
right,
me,
we'll
whatever
just,
it was.
we'll just keep you
Take
on,
more of that.
and then I'm sure you'll hear once we are in closed session, we'll wait for Mr. Leamy to tell you that the room is clear and we can start.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks, Stacy.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just a little swollen and can't eat on that side.
That's all.
Yeah, it was.
Hey, Georgia.
Hi, Peter. How are you?
Good. How's you?
Hang in here, Peter. Yeah, yes.
I've enjoyed summer.
I do too.
I like the sun, the beach, the hot.
Gotcha.
Fall,
It's
where the
time for
sun cools
fall.
off.
I hear
You
you.
sit outside and drink coffee when it's cold.
I like that too. We were thinking about our s'mores. My husband and I said we needed to get the grandkids and the children. Right.
Yeah. We were at some friend's house the other night. And some kind of pies and put them in these cast iron. Marshmallows, chocolate, peanut butter, and then you close it, you put it in the wood, and it comes out.
Yummy.
What was that?
Yummy.
I forgot, it's some kind of pie, and I don't know what they call it.
Tell me what it is
It's-
again now.
What's that?
Tell me what it is again.
It's in a cast iron, like a set of campfire type thing. And you open it up, you put bread, and then you can choose if you want peanut butter, if you want a peanut butter cup, chocolate, marshmallows, whatever.
Uh-huh.
Then you put another piece of bread on top, close it, and then you stick that in the fire and toast. And then when it comes out, it's all melted together as a pie. So,
Okay.
yep.
That's good.
Yes.
That sounds heavenly.
What is an orange ball? Does anybody know what that is?
Yes.
A what?
Orange.
An orange ball. My neighbor mentioned orange ball,
I've
Yeah.
heard that.
and I have no idea what an orange ball
So
is.
what you do is you take vanilla wafer,
Like vanilla
vanilla wafers.
wafers.
And then
okay.
you grind them up, pecans, grind them up, put them in a bowl. Of course, there's certain measurements. Some butter to make it stick. You use orange concentrate to give it the orange flavor, and a little bit of powdered sugar. Mix it all together, roll it in little bitty balls, and then you roll it in powdered sugar, so the outside's powdered sugar. And then you put them in the freezer. I put them in the freezer so they get real cold.
Oh, they're
And just-
wonderful.
Wow.
They're absolutely wonderful.
How bad can that be? Butter.
We only make it at holidays.
So tell me again, it's the
It's
vanilla wafers,
vanilla wafers, pecans,
Pecans,
pecans, butter,
butter,
powdered sugar,
and orange juice.
and just a little, well, it depends on how much orange juice you want to taste. And then you mix it with, and then put powdered sugar, and then you form it into a little bitty ball, and then you roll it in a pan in powdered sugar and
Thank
cover
you.
it.
Do you have a recipe for that?
I do.
Would you
Sure.
share that?
Yep, I'll have to get it and send it.
I've known some people put a little bit of lemon flavor in it too.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be good too. I've never heard of
Sounds like
that.
you do a little cooking there.
Oh, yeah, I love to cook. Yeah. I've got something for you too.
Mr.
Oh,
Barry,
okay.
I am not able to
Do you
get
love to cook? I love to eat, so.
Oh, wait, maybe it's
Now, you were looking for new recipes.
Oh, yes. I'm in a rut, man.
6.
I tell you, my brother can put me to shame when it comes to cooking.
Oh, really?
I've got 2 brothers, I'm telling you, they run circles around me and my sister.
I went to North Carolina a couple weeks ago, and my 93-year-old grandma, and I spent the weekend, and we cooked orange balls. Well, it's funny she
I
mentioned
thought you
that.
told me, but
Yeah,
I have to get both of them.
That way it'll log in automatically.
Okay, okay, thank you.
I'll cook it and try it.
Here we go.
So,
When you're talking about your orange
I say
balls.
for Thanksgiving, we have to bring some
I
orange
used to be in a
balls.
cookie club.
say that again.
I used to be in a cookie club,
Uh-huh.
and somebody every year would make the orange balls.
Oh, yeah.
I say we have to make a plate of those for Thanksgiving.
That was a neat cookie club, because we did
How are you?
a dozen for everybody in the club, and then we did an extra dozen, and we donated that extra dozen.
Oh, that's cool.
When the girls' home was there, we'd take them to the girls' home. And then, last year we took them to,
Will do.
911 center. For everybody, they could have homemade cookies.
I'd never heard of it till my neighbor mentioned it. And I felt dumb, I didn't ask her what it was, because I thought, I guess I should know what an orange ball is.
I know, I started too, and
Like an orange blossom.
Yep.
You always get those weddings.
You're welcome.
Thinking about Christmas now. That's, we always make them at Christmas, orange balls.
They hide it as a.
After we talked, I saw it.
It's for me to get a 7-Up.
I do have to about the main one in November, the one that was milk on. Sorry, just wanna make sure. Thank you.
You don't even have to open your eyes, you just kind of a little pinch and that and this, yeah.
I have some.
It's funny.
There's nothing like a pancake.
Mr. J,
Harry tried all sip with vanilla. Orange dip.
how are you?
Oh my gosh.
Doing well, how are you?
Well,
She used to sell at the farmer's market, and she opened her shop.
I'm very unexpected.
Is it better than Montana
How are you feeling
Plains?
today?
What's that?
Is it better than Montana
The side
Plains?
is swollen and I can't.
I won't say better, it's different. I love Montana Plains too.
I do too, but there are some things in Montana Plains that's a little bit better.
You don't have any pain? I said, no.
Both of them are really.
He said, you've got an abscess too.
They're just
I said,
different.
no. I said, I'm really doing pretty well.
That's
So,
what showed me a video.
no, we need to get you to an endodontist immediately. I said, well, I mean, like next week. He said, no, like, Mom.
Just went in for basic cleaning. You
Yes,
ended up
and I
having
came
major
out.
surgery.
Surgery. I was like, this is not fun, this is not good.
It's good to see you sitting upright and not in excruciating pain right now.
Sitting there the whole time he's doing it, I'm like, oh, this is ridiculous. So I said to my husband, poor stroke, he said, how do you feel? I said, well, I wasn't in pain before with the abscess. Now I am.
Organization is unorganization. No organization solves unorganization.
How the kitty's doing up at Tech.
For the most part, following the rules.
Oh, that's good.
Mhm.
Yeah, because you were suspended, was it you?
Yes, it was me, I personally did
No,
that.
no, I mean, Tech.
Yes,
Tech, yeah.
Tech did.
I couldn't remember, it was Tech or UVA.
I think Tech did,
So
I believe
everybody
Bradford
kinda-
did about the same time as well.
Bradford did some too? Oh, I didn't. So everybody kind of perked up, huh?
I think at that point, it was a real wake-up call.
Is it like suspended forever for this year? What do
I think just for this year, or this semester maybe. I don't know the details of it, just what I saw on the news.
Okay, so now I'm gonna ask you. Suspended tuition. Is that now you got yourself in trouble? Okay.
Unfortunately, I've never had to deal with that.
Maybe they just let them pick up where they left off.
They don't give them the money back, so that's quite a lesson learned when they get home.
Oh my gosh, can you believe? As a parent, serious. Hello, Mr. John.
Sir Nixon?
John.
Hey, how you doing?
Starting to sound like the Waltons.
Yeah.
Good night,
Night, John Boy.
Good night. Good night, Elizabeth. Good night, Mary Ellen. I used to love that show. Come on.
It's a great feel-good show when you're depressed.
What?
It's a great feel-good show when you're depressed.
I like watching shows like that where there's no blood and guts flying all over the screen.
Few and far between.
Steve, I did have a closed session motion. I did a closed session motion.
Okay.
Oh.
Georgia. This is Nicholas. He just said to me. Now, 30.
Oh, that's good news. That's good news.
Yeah. Oh, poor baby.
Call the October 8, 2020 regular meeting of the Bedford County School Board to order. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Mr. Leamy?
Here.
Mrs. Kirby?
Here.
Mrs. Hairston?
Here.
Dr. Hicks?
Here.
Mr. Hill?
Here.
Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Dr. Mealy?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the agenda except for the personnel report. So I guess we have to suspend the rules. I would like to.
No, you want to amend the agenda to,
I want to amend the agenda to with regard to the personnel report, to consider employees 1 and 25 separately from our report.
okay, I have a motion to consider, to amend the agenda to consider employees 1 and 25, numbers 1 and 25 separately from the personnel report. Do I have a second?
I second.
It's already in the motion, written in the motion for closed session.
It's already listed.
It's already there.
But they are listed on the personnel report, which is part of the consent agenda, so they have to be,
But Rick, did you read
there.
specifically being employees number 1 and 25 and?
I understand that, but they are listed on
Okay.
the personnel report, which is on the consent agenda. So they have to be, we'll be voting on the consent agenda as a list of items,
Okay,
okay? So we can't,
okay.
all right, have a second. All those in favor of amending the agenda to consider employees 1 and 25 separately from the personnel report, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the amended agenda is accepted. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Yes, pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711, parentheses A, parentheses 1, parentheses 7, parentheses 1, for personnel due to appointments, resignations, assignments, performance and disciplining of specific public officers, appointees, and employees of the board, specifically being employees number 1 and number 25. Parentheses 7, for consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation, where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body.
I have a motion to go into closed session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're now in closed session. Are we disconnected from the world?
Very unexpected. Yeah.
Hey, could you guys let me know when we're live again?
Yeah.
We're live now?
We are now? Okay. Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
Motion that we come out of closed session.
I have a motion by Ms. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Dr. Hicks. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're in open session. Do I have a motion to approve Chair's recommendation on the legal matter?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we
You need to
accept the
certify.
We have to
recommendation.
certify first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
First.
Thank you. Thank you, keeping me honest.
Whereas Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And where section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Okay. Now, do I have a motion to approve the Chair's recommendation on legal matter?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the chairman's recommendation on the legal matter.
I have a motion by Ms. Kirby. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hill. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation on employee number one?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendation for employee 1.
I have a motion by Ms. Kirby. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Johnson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation on employee 25?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendation for employee number 25.
I have a motion by Ms. Kirby. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Hill. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Okay. Superintendent's recommendations on employees are accepted. Staff reports, item 3.01, facility use during COVID-19. Dr. Dewis.
Thank you. The previous meeting, the issue of the use of our facilities by outside groups was brought up. And this agenda item is meant to gather board input about developing specifications for any use of potential facility use by outside groups. During the, of course, during the school closure time and continuing into phase 2 and 3 of the reopening plan, we have not had outside groups using our school facilities inside. We're limiting visitors. We are, having protocols for any outside folks who come into the building for any work purposes, but no groups. So groups like athletic teams, which may have used gyms in the past, churches which may have rented spaces in schools, and other community members have not been able to do that. Now, in the recent weeks, we have had Bedford Parks and Recreation outside activities going on soccer fields and other outdoor facilities where they have no use of the indoor facilities. And of course, they have their own safety protocols in place for that. Other than that, we've not had those uses. So we wanted to give the board an opportunity to discuss this. We've had limited requests. I think we do have a church or two which would be interested maybe in coming back into a facility in some fashion. We don't know exactly what the indoor sports season for Parks and Rec is going to even look like yet, what sports they'll be sponsoring and in what format, basketball and other indoor sports like that. And we've had a limited number of community groups approach about using outdoor spaces like parking lots, for example. So, which under our facility use agreement, we wouldn't charge for anyway, but still, you know, we would have agreements with groups who would do that normally. So certainly we'll take any direction the board wishes to give us on that. And probably the default position would be to continue, as long as phase 3 is in place, to continue to limit and not have those groups using the facility unless the board has a different direction in which to take.
Thoughts?
I think we should open them. You know, they're community facilities. Why are we denying the community using them?
Dr. Hicks?
I think as long as we are not allowing parents to come into the building, that we shouldn't allow community use for the building either.
I was just gonna say, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, well then, let's change that rule and allow parents to come into the buildings.
Sorry.
I was gonna say that, as long as we are in phase 3, I do not think that we should allow.
Mr. Johnson?
I would wonder if there might be a distinction between week time or week use and maybe weekend use. So for instance, if there was a church that was coming in on weekend, a Sunday, as long as it was a very aggressive cleaning regimen, if that might be different than like an after-school activity or event or something like that in one of our schools.
Can I ask a question?
Ms. Garvey?
How many of these schools have an actual gate or a physical barrier that you can block the gym off from the rest of the school to where kids won't be sneaking out and roaming the halls?
That's a good question. Many do have a gate or doors that can lock. I don't know, I can't think of an exact number, but you're right, that's possible in many schools. However, in some it's not. Some, to get to bathrooms, for example, you do have to walk out into halls which are not secured. So I think it depends on the building. That's a good distinction.
Dr.
And
Miller?
also, just piggybacking on Dr. Dew, is it all really depends on the configuration of the building, because, for example, if you walk in and there's a gym and you want to block the doors to the hallway, you can't do that under fire code because there's not a second method of egress. So like even at Stewartsville, if you went in, you'd be in the gym, I can't lock those doors because you have to have 2 methods of egress. So it's going to be how it's configured as well. But I agree with Dr. Hicks. I think that we shouldn't be allowing people in the building. The cases of COVID are going up, especially in neighboring counties, and I think we don't need to do that.
I just want to make sure, I mean, we realize that the students are still doing extracurricular activities. So instead of us allowing them to use the facilities in our community, they are going elsewhere, driving an hour to 2 hours away to get in these practices. So, we're doing harm to the kids by putting them to have to go and travel and do that. I don't understand why we are trying to avoid letting our children do outside sports or extracurricular activities. Basketball season's coming up. You've got the same kids doing some practices now. What's the difference in them using them for a travel team or other team? They're still together when they're at school. So what are we avoiding? Other than telling our community they can't use the facilities.
Dr. Deuce, are you asking for, this is listed under a staff report. Are you asking for a decision tonight, or, I'm unclear on what.
Well, Mr. Hill had brought that up in a previous meeting, and we said we'd bring it back for discussion after researching the kind of cleaning protocols and other things that might be needed. And I think certainly if we were to allow use, we'd have to establish, a regimen that would need to be followed by the group or to pay our folks to do, after.
Okay, back to my question. Are you asking for a decision tonight.
I mean, our plan currently has, you know, the banning of this practice. So that's what we would continue to do unless the board gave direction tonight or at another time. So.
Have there been any, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to reiterate, our main focus, as we'll get into in the evening session, is to keep doing what we've been doing for the last 5 weeks. And we don't particularly feel that that's worth the risk, given all the restrictions. But as a practical matter, what we've got and what we submitted to the state and our health and safety guidelines says we will not allow these folks in. So again, Mr. Hill brought it up. We wanted to bring it back and we wanted to make sure that the board had this discussion. So no action is required unless, in my opinion, you all wish us to do something different than we currently have been doing in this area.
Well, from what I'm hearing from the board members, you know, I think the majority here is in favor of continuing with what we're doing now. Until now, would I like?
Can we vote on that?
We can, yeah, sure.
Okay.
All right, so
Well,
since it's, Go ahead.
with all due respect, the only problem I would have with voting on it is the only way I can see it is if it would be all or nothing. And I think it's a great idea. We do need to get students active again. We do need to get them involved, but we do need to protect our schools. And my thinking is if there is some way that we can maintain all fire codes, provide a barrier to make sure nobody is in the hallways of the schools, then let them use the gym.
let's do this. Every school's different. Rather than voting, and please in the future, if you're looking for a decision, don't put it under a staff report, put it under an action item. We've got, all of our schools are different. So we've got to figure out how we're going to do this. So I don't think that it's appropriate to, you need to bring us something saying this is how we're going to accomplish this. Then I think that we'll be better prepared to vote on it. Is everybody in agreement on
So
that?
am I hearing you say, Mr. Leamy, that for schools that we can make accommodations and fire codes be addressed, that they can bring those options to us to vote on?
I'd be fine with that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would disagree with
Well,
that.
that's fine. You can bring it as an action item. We'll vote on it and see where the chips fall.
That's fine.
So
May I ask
next month, bring us something that tells us how you're gonna accomplish opening up these facilities. Because right now, we don't have enough information to vote. I don't think.
And is there a distinction between indoor and outdoor types of facility use? A community group wants to use a parking lot, for example, for a community event. The church wants to do a drive-in service. We've been saying no to all of that. And
I thought you said we were allowing outdoor activities.
for parks and rec only at this point, outdoor. So,
Okay,
but no other community groups.
bring it to us next month as an action item and explain to us how you're gonna accomplish this. And then I think we'll be better educated on whether or not this sounds like a logical course of action. Is everybody in agreement on that? Okay. Any other questions? Okay, Dr. Dewis, 3.02, solar energy for schools.
Every so often, the electric utility companies negotiate with regions, their service areas, on parameters for their service, rates, restrictions, regulations that might be in place. One of the current regulations that's in place with Appalachian Power serving most of our area, not all, but much of the county, is that there are very strict regulations on the use of solar energy projects in public facilities, county or school or city buildings. A number of other jurisdictions in the area are working to try to lobby this time around, and they're in the negotiations for the next contract, for those regulations to be lifted, to give localities more flexibility and freedom to go into solar projects if they have a mechanism to do that, for obviously for environmental reasons, but also for cost savings. Many times there are purchase power agreements that can be gotten into, which save thousands of dollars a year in electric costs. And so this the draft letter that you see in board docs is I can send if the board agrees, just if there's any discussion about that, to lobby or to advocate for to loosen the restrictions on solar energy if a locality wants to enter into them. We don't have any plans for that. It's never been an option. But we think that down the road it might be a good way to find cost savings if we find the right vehicle to do that. So if there's any discussion or issue with that, we wanted to make sure you had the opportunity to consider it.
Dr. Hicks?
Why are those restrictions in place to begin with?
I think they have been part of the electric company's strategy in order to preserve their ability to have electric rates where they are. I think solar's a competitor to that, and it's just part of this bargaining that goes on every time there's a contract to have a cap or some restrictions on that or not. Dominion Power, for example, which doesn't serve our area, has a much looser agreement, and so there are all sorts of public solar projects going on in other parts of the state. They just can't happen here due to these regulations.
And the regulations are state regulations or?
They're regulations that are agreed to by the jurisdictions in the power company in its footprint. So there's this bargaining that goes on to reach that agreement. So it's not a state regulation, it's an agreed upon effort. And I think there are state agencies involved in approving all of that once it's done, but I think the jurisdictions and the utilities try to hash this out before finalizing that at the state level.
So the jurisdictions get a lower rate if they agree to those restrictions?
I think they just, I don't know. That may be part of what the negotiation is. It's just that solar's really been off the table in the past. So it's never really even been considered.
I don't understand why the jurisdiction would agree to such restrictions. This is no advantage to them.
I can provide no insight into that, Dr. Hicks, as much as I would like to.
So is this letter us, meaning the board, supporting the fact that we're asking the state to remove the restrictions
Right. And
that the power company has today?
Right.
And so, all right, so that's the first step. You may not know this now. What are the benefits to us? Because I know solar sounds good, but it's a higher cost up front. But we'll need to understand the difference between the two. I'm all for, having a competitor. So I want to make sure I understand. This letter is just simply us as a public school system sending to a state representative to say we support having this regulation removed.
That's right. And
Okay.
one of the things I will say, the type of projects that other localities have been able to do, or say to partner with a solar company to come in and put a solar array on a roof or on school grounds. And in return for, and the company pays for that upfront. And the agreement with the company is that then the school has an agreed upon electric rate for 20 years or 25 years. And it's usually a much lower rate than the current electrical rate is. And so you can see why a utility company may not want that to go into place, but that's the advantage. So saving a few cents per kilowatt hour times the whole usage in a month, you can see how that would add up over time.
But this is not taking public dollars and supporting another business against a private business, correct?
No,
Okay.
there's no project on the table here.
Okay.
This is only to address the regulation.
Okay, Sarah, thank you.
Dr. Douglas, has there been other school divisions, to your knowledge, that have submitted in letters like this?
I imagine so. I don't know the answer to that exactly. We were encouraged to do this by the regional group. So I do not know whether others have done it, but certainly all were encouraged by the negotiators who were trying to address the issue.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, sir. I believe at least one of our schools might also be serviced by Southside. Do you know if they're more flexible on solar, and if so, are we up for a similar contract renegotiation with them in the near future?
I think they are more flexible.
Okay.
I don't know the exact rules, although I did have a conversation today with a person who works for Southside on what solar projects are done, and he said schools in their area haven't done much of that, but he has worked with several on other public type projects. And we're seeing it in Dominion's footprint at a much higher rate.
Okay, so we may not necessarily see a Southside Electric Co-op version of this letter because they're more amenable to it.
Not that I know of.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Is everybody okay with us sending this letter out? Okay. All right, go for it. 3.03 CIP update, Dr. Dewis.
Thank you. On September 14th, the Board of Supervisors held a work session and in discussing many projects, indicated support for replacement of the Huddleston and Moneta Elementary School HVAC systems. And at that time, asked that the school board give some input and make sure that the board agreed with that, as well as to prioritize some other projects that may need doing in light of CARES Act funding and other and potentially other funding that might be available. And so on September 22nd, the school board met and voted to support the Huddleston and Moneta projects, and also established Big Island Elementary and Forest Elementary systems as the next priorities, followed by some carpet removal at several schools to make for easier cleaning. And at the same time asked if we could make sure to look at all of our facilities to assess the age of them and their condition, and make sure that they all could be addressed appropriately in a future capital improvement plan. And so the Board of Supervisors on September 28th met again, and again had general support for those HVAC projects listed by the school board. They did not vote to approve them that night, in fact tabled a vote of approval. And the reasoning given was to find some flexibility in the way the funding was being used so that the prices for the project could be whittled down to a more affordable level. And perhaps by finding a way to do them, but without the artificial deadline of December 31st that had been in place with the CARES Act funding. And so after the county members, administrator and board discussed their funding mechanism, the tabling of the vote indicated to us a need to see if we could figure out a way to bring the costs of those projects down so that for the amount of money that would ever be approved, whether it be the 1.5 or 6 million that they discussed at the work session, or even a greater number at some point, that it could just be stretched further and accomplish more. And so I wanted to give, certainly at a later meeting, we will bring all of the systems, their ages, and not just HVAC systems, but other needs, and bring those to your attention for discussion, for a longer and more complete CIP discussion. But I wanted to let you know, just as an update, what we've been able to do in working with the vendors we started to, we initially worked with to try to meet that December deadline. When I explained, and I'll speak about Honeywell because they were the company who, for one, we already have a performance contracting agreement in place with them, but they're the ones that had done the most work on the Huddleston, Big Island, and Forest Elementary systems to date. We explained to them what the supervisor's concerns were. We explained to them the fact that the deadline may be able to be extended. And we said to them, what does that mean for the price of the projects? How much can you bring that down? And so they also had time then to fine tune their Forest Elementary and Big Island estimates, which had only been more general estimates at the time of our last meeting when those projects were discussed. And so I wanted to tell you that at this point, the Honeywell said that if they no longer had that deadline for Huddleston of the December 31st and had a longer runway, even if it's as soon as March 30th or even for June 30th for that matter, that the cost of the project would come down over $57,000. So the revised project cost would be just under $740,000. We've signed an agreement with Honeywell after the supervisors gave their consensus and the school board acted on that at the last meeting. So certainly that can be amended to reflect the lower price, and they've offered one at this point, as I explained. Further, they went on to say that their estimate for Forest Elementary School, where they had given us a range to not kind of $725,000 at the top end of that, they can, without the deadline, do for about $590,000.
What's the delta from the original?
Well, the top end of their range had been $725,000, so that's $135,000 less. Big Island, which is a very similar system to Forest Elementary, except it just has a couple fewer parts, same design. Final cost would be $563,000, and that's about $85,000 to $90,000 less than the top end of the range they had stated before. They haven't finished a good estimate for Manita, and so I don't have that to report to you tonight. They're moving in the right direction, I think. Southern Air also has looked at the Manita project, and we have a high-end estimate for them, but we've told them the same information about the supervisor's concerns and the extension of the deadline. And I expect a different quote from them as well in the upcoming days. Furthermore, Honeywell went on to say that if they did all three of those projects I mentioned, the Huddleston and Forest Elementary and Big Island projects, they would, if they could mobilize all of them at once, they have some efficiencies there with contractors and materials, and they would take another 5% off the total. So what they're saying in essence is that they could do all three of those projects for about $1.8 million. And that does not include the Manita estimate, but it does include the other three. And so I wanted to report that to you because to me that, since the county found a way to extend the deadline, that was a large part of the reason for the cost increase. Just to have a buffer zone in there for the company in case they had to have labor costs available to meet a tight window. I wanted to report that to you so you'd be aware. I'd also like to continue to be able to have dialogue with the county administrator as the Board of Supervisors continues to figure out how they'd like to spend CARES Act funding and other funds over the next meetings that they have to be able to move forward on these projects if the funding is in fact made available by the supervisors.
Did the county ever define affordable?
We didn't get a figure, no, but certainly they hope to do, more projects for the money. And so where we thought 2 could be done for 1.6 million, to have 3 potentially at 1.8, I think would be something that would make a big difference in our discussions with the county. Again, we'll see how Manita works. We also would need to determine our procurement method, whether we stick with the kind of design build method using the larger contract riders that we've been able to do, or whether we go to bid. If we go to bid, we may potentially get a lower quoted price. We would have to upfront some money for design, which would take some time to do, to an engineering firm to do that. And then we put those plans out there, companies would bid back, and we'd see. I don't know that we, in a bid situation, they quote the spec exactly, and there can be change orders to that if the spec's not drawn, precisely, or if there are any vague areas down toward the end of the project. So with the upfront engineering fees and the potential for change orders, I don't know if a bid would result in a lower price than what we're seeing from an offer, a quote like this that I explained to you from Honeywell. We have to study that a little bit more to see what we get. So I wanted to lay that out there to see if you had strong preferences one way or the other on our procurement method, or about the direction we ought to go as we continue to talk to the county.
Mr. Hill?
So, Dr. Gillis, on the funds up front that we would pay for engineering, any idea on cost for that?
For Bedford Primary, that involved a roof as well, I think the fees were around $30,000.
Okay.
So
those plans,
25, 30 potentially.
okay, so if we did say 30,000, those plans would then be able to be submitted to all that are
Any
bidding.
firm who wanted to bid.
And those engineering plans have to be done anyway outside of Honeywell.
Many of the larger firms like Honeywell can do their own plans.
Okay.
And that's what has been going on as Honeywell's been planning. They've been designing. What they don't have to do is turn them into the kind of document that's ready to be bid on by other countries. It can be in-house, I guess.
I guess what I'm trying to understand though is if we say go from 1.8 million to 1.7 million and we only paid 30,000, we still save money.
We would, but if we had all 4 schools engineered, we'd probably be looking at.
Okay, so you're saying it's not 30,000 for all of them to be, it's per school?
I wouldn't think so.
Thank you
We'd
for
have to work with the
clarification.
firm to see what
Okay.
they're charging. But we could, just for Bedford Primary, it was in that $30,000
Okay,
range.
so it's 30K per school.
I just want to ask Mr. Hill a question.
Sure.
To help me understand. So when you do the design, am I understanding it can't go for all of the buildings, or it can
No.
go?
No, it's for per school is what
Yeah,
you
it's
say.
individual.
So it'd be
30,000 per
120K
school.
for
Yes.
the plans.
And I think of Forest Elementary and Big Island, for example, because they're so similar, we certainly wouldn't be paying that full amount for both. They would be, that would be kind of a single effort with some tweaks more than an original design. So I don't know that it would be 120,000, but it could be, it could get up there.
Any other questions? So again, are you asking for something from us?
Well, if you have strong feelings that we should approach the county about going ahead and upfronting some planning money to do that, and then going out to bid, if you have strong feelings about that, it would be good to know. If not, we can continue to discuss multiple procurement methods and have this dialogue with the county administrator about options.
So the timeline is out the window. So we don't, that's not a concern anymore.
December 31st is not what we're shooting for. That's what we thought initially when we began planning.
And one of the reasons we went with Honeywell was because they were they had everything in-house, we worked with them before, that's why we went with them. But now, since we have that, and they could do it within the constrained timeline. So with the timeline removed from the equation, it would seem to me that putting it out to bid would make more sense, getting it engineered, the school's engineered, and then putting it out to bid. I mean, does that make sense to everyone?
Yes, I'm glad you said that. I don't know, I've never done something like this, but that makes sense to me. I think it, just even for appearance, I mean, under the Virginia Procurement Act, we don't want to eliminate anybody, any vendor who might want to bid on something. So I think it potentially could save us money, but it also gives everybody a chance at possibly getting that contract if they want it.
So, Mac, I know we're under agreement for Huddleston because we had.
I think that one is a separate question somewhat because we have signed that agreement. And I'm glad to see them bringing the cost of that down anyway.
So my question though is if we were to send that to bid and we find out that we can do it cheaper, what is the cost for us to get out of that contract we've signed?
They said that they have invested almost $44,000 into the project so far, of mainly design costs and preparation. So we asked them to tally that so we would know what we owe them.
But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what Mr. Hill's getting at, is there any kind of cancellation clause with a penalty in?
Only for costs incurred, so
That's it?
the
So no
44,000
percentage?
No other, no costs incurred, and then we'd be even.
Okay.
But 44,000 is what they're saying they've incurred.
My only concern with that would be if it's an average of 30K per school, you're already adding 75K to the cost. So, and again, none of us are experts on HVAC, I don't think. So I have no clue when you get into a bidding war, do we even make that 75K back? Or, I don't know the answer to that. I'm just throwing facts out there, so.
Just to be clear, the bid, it's not really a bidding war, it's closed bid. So you submit, lowest bid gets it. You take, whoever's the lowest bidder gets it.
If you want the job bad enough, it's a bidding
There's no
war.
negotiation, you take the lowest bid regardless. That's how it works. Or you throw out all the bids. That's the board's prerogative. You either accept it, or you say we're throwing them all out, rebid, or do something different.
Okay, so can I ask a question?
Yeah.
All right, so on that, if we put it out to bid and say 3 bids come back and it's nowhere near close what we've got, can we throw those out and
You
say
can
we're
throw
going?
those out, and because in what's available to public entities is these riders on these, their national, state, and federal contracts in which vendors can bid, and there's procurement language in there that allows other entities to take that avenue rather than going for bid. So at that point, you could do that, but then you gotta renegotiate with, say it was Honeywell, you gotta go back and renegotiate. Doesn't mean they're gonna give you the same price later on,
Right.
because things change, prices go up,
So many
labor,
days.
other things, and now they know that they gave it to us pretty low, and everybody else bid higher. But I would imagine they would bid on the project themselves, if it went out to bid.
And Mr.
Dr. Hicks?
And you've already wasted $100,000 in design fees if you were to do that, right?
Right, we're spending those to go to bid, or some amount. It could be up to that amount. But it may not.
For that one
Yeah,
school.
For any of them that we bid, so.
What we've done in the past is you engage an engineering architectural firm to design what you're gonna bid. They put the bid documents out, and then they help analyze the submittals to make sure they're qualified.
Right.
So you're having engineers and architects and everybody, the electricians and everybody that's, can review those bids to make, did it meet the bid specs? Because you might have to throw one out if it didn't. And so they usually design it, and they walk you through the bid process, and they're there to analyze that. So you're paying them for all that kind of expertise.
As well as any project management that they do throughout to check for.
So you're not gonna lose that money again. So you're gonna pay it up front, but you're not gonna have to, whoever wins the bid, then go pay them again to design.
Right, they're gonna have
They
that.
have it.
Right.
They have
Paying
that
it out of
product.
bid, or you're paying it as part of the package for design
Right.
build, so.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You talked about a bid from Southern Air, or them reworking,
Manita only, they had begun to look at that
Okay.
school only.
Manita only.
Yeah.
all right.
However, they may branch out and look at the others as well if the opportunity is there for them to do that.
Southern Air also had procurement language and other contracts that allowed us to negotiate with them through that contract, cooperative procurement law.
Go ahead.
Sorry. The method that we used for Forest Middle School, where we purchased the equipment and saved tax dollars, is that an option for us on these HVAC units?
The owner direct purchase.
Yeah, owner direct purchasing.
I think if we could certainly approach a company who we worked with on that. That's what we agreed with Jamerson Lewis up front, that they would allow the bills to be paid directly by us. Mechanical equipment, the sales tax on that is substantial.
Yeah, I would definitely ask that we at least look into that.
Dr. Mealy?
Yeah, I just, I think we should be letting this out to bid, because especially if, we can throw out the bids if we don't like, if they come in higher, because we might save some more money, and that's part of what we should be doing, is trying to be good stewards of everyone's tax dollars. So I think that's a good idea, and if we can use the plans, am I understanding that we can use the plans once they're designed?
Yeah, for anybody.
For anybody.
We're buying the
Any
plans up front if we do it that way.
Yeah, and the fact that you just, Mr. Hagler just said that there would be architects and engineers looking over that, so
Yeah,
we know that those are
with
good
these firms, and
plans,
what
so
we
to
were
speak.
doing is their own in-house staff were doing that. We would probably go to a third-party architectural firm. We have several that we've engaged in the past on projects like these, and they would lead on this project. So they would not be bidding on the project. They're an architectural engineer.
Right, I like that idea.
So go ahead. Again, I know we've already committed to Huddleston, but is there a way to go back to Honeywell and ask about owner direct purchasing to see if that would reduce the overall cost for that particular one, and bring it back to the board to understand the cost on that?
I can ask.
I mean, again, I'm just trying to avoid the whole 74,000, but I don't know what we're being asked to do. I mean, I think we're definitely interested in hearing how much all of them are going to cost, with multiple options of, I think the owner direct purchasing saves us a ton of money. But also have it as a full project.
Well, I think that with that timeline removed, we've got the luxury of putting, doing the design bid and then floating the owner direct purchase to the bidders.
Okay.
Is everybody good with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
One more question, just for clarity for me, just kind of going back to Honeywell, Dr. Dewis. If we were to get out of that agreement with them, did I understand you to say that it would cost us $44,000?
That's right.
So it would.
And I asked them directly, what do we get for that $44,000? Do we get a set of plans, for example? The answer really is no, that we wouldn't get a biddable set of plans from them. There would be some work product that they would give us, but it's more of their in-house working documentation. So it's not something that we'd still have to pay someone to make some sense out of that, turn it into something that's to be bid on. So
So it's kind of like money that we're gonna really be sort of losing.
we would lose that money. The other thing I'll say about the Huddleston project, just as part of what is included in it, and perhaps what has made the cost of it what it is that it includes not only the control system for the system in the school, it includes some software that then could be used in controls for all of our schools, so that our technicians can call up the software and have access to what's going on in the system in Big Island when they're down in Benton working, for example, and not have to drive there to go look at the system for diagnostics. They may be able to reset a control or change an airflow or something like that remotely, which keeps the system just working much more effectively, and it's really just part of all modern systems now. So that software is part of the Huddleston price. It really could be distributed across many projects because it will benefit all of our schools.
Any other questions? All right, so just to make sure everyone here is on the same page, go forward with design bid and approach bidders with under direct purchase. Is everybody good with that?
And is Huddleston treated separately in your all's thinking because of the nature of what's already been invested in it? Should we just continue to talk to the county about that?
I don't want to lose any money.
But I do want the owner purchasing ask.
Yeah, you can ask, you can certainly ask that question, but I don't want to lose that money.
Well, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Could we bid out Huddleston just to see if it would come in way under and then still 44,000, if it's still, see where I'm trying to get with this?
It's just
If I
gonna,
help-
you can do it, it's just gonna cost you $30,000 to do it, because you've gotta create those plans.
Yeah, you've got
Okay.
to
Okay,
get the design piece of it
okay, I'm with you.
ahead of time.
Okay, never mind.
All right,
Thank you.
looks like it's chow time, so go ahead and break for chow. Everyone out there in TV land watching us on live stream, we will be in recess until about 7 p.m.
All right, thank you.
Great for us. Like during the day. Now the evenings were 6 or 8. Yeah, I guess in their spots where they can't get in.
Call the 8 October regular meeting, Bedford County School Board back to order. Please stand if you're able and join me in the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 25 minutes. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes, while anyone representing an organized group will be allowed 5 minutes, provided they're the sole speaker from that group or organization. Speakers are asked to state their name, address, voting district, and organization or group if applicable. The school board's here to listen to your comments, will not engage or respond to speakers during this 25-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, abusive, or hateful language. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining. And a second bell will ring indicating a person's 3 minutes have expired, while Dr. Shook will serve as timekeeper for a cumulative 25-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 3-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Ms. Johnson and she will give them to the board members. And we have Mr. Edwards, what do we got?
Mr. Chairman, 2 individuals have scheduled to speak tonight. Crystal D. Long from an organized group, the BCEA, and also Thomas Jackson.
All right, Ms. DeLong, you're up.
I didn't speak last month. Do I get extra time this month?
Doesn't quite work that way, I'm afraid.
I didn't speak last. Well, my name is Crystal DeLong, and I'm the president of the Bedford County Education Association that represents teachers, admin, education support professionals throughout our division. I didn't speak last month because it was actually the first day of school for us in the high school level, and didn't know quite how things were going, so I didn't really have much to say, which I know is hard to believe for me. I wanted to start tonight just to kind of actually thank Dr. Shook for listening to us, because he's gotten a lot of emails from me in the last couple of weeks, and he's been great to meet with us to listen to the different concerns. And that's, like I said, we've had quite a few, and I also wanted to share with you as a board some of those concerns that continue to be issues. First, I just want you to know, and I think you do, how hard your staff is working. It's amazing to see how everybody's pulled across the county, from bus drivers to the cafeteria workers and principals and teachers and paras, and how smooth things really have gone. I think none of us really knew what to expect and how it would actually work out, but we're really working hard. Many of us feel like first-year teachers in many ways. We've had to learn things all over. There are some teachers who are thriving during this time period, but there's also teachers who have called me in tears or have been in tears right in front of me, even myself. Teachers who are overwhelmed with new preps and new systems like Canvas. Canvas has many great features, but the prep time for Canvas is extensive, something that maybe none of us really anticipated. Bedford Connect's remote learning has large numbers, and students, even up until this week, have been moving back and forth, and I know that may still continue at the elementary level. And Central Office has been working to make sure that those numbers are more equitable, which we really do appreciate. The extra time that we had at the beginning of the year was great, but prep time has become even more valuable because for many of our teachers, there are no breaks during the day, except those that are provided by paraprofessionals or at the high school level where there are learning coaches or there are teachers who don't have learning coach groups who can come by. Some of the schools, though, the breaks are not as consistent. Part of that is due to we don't have full staffing, especially for paraprofessionals. We've talked to Dr. Shook about that and how difficult it is filling those positions. Some of the schools they have great systems where they have kind of scheduled breaks, but it's not happening at every school. At some schools, it's just based on if you call someone to give you a break just to go to the bathroom or to heat up your lunch. And we do have breaks at the beginning and the end of day, depending what system you're at, but especially for the middle school, that's hard because that break planning time is broken up. And sometimes at some of the elementary schools, a lot of the afternoon planning time is eaten up by bus duties or different obligations. It kind of depends on what school you're at, how kind of fast that moves along. I do also want to specifically talk about our paraprofessionals tonight. They are one of the groups that are giving the most. They are doing it all. They're teaching classes, they're escorting students, they're helping our students, they're assisting our teachers, they're feeding our students, yet they are getting what is pitiful compensation. Our entry-level paras make $15,716 for 10 months. If you're 10 years, it's about $18,000, and if you're at the top of the scale, it's $26,000. Now let's adjust that, because I want to be comparing apples and apples. And let's adjust that for a 12-month. So for a living wage in Bedford County for one person with 0 children, that is $23,603. Now, what's the top of our scale? $26,000. One person with 1 child, which is probably more people, that's $52,582 as a living wage in Bedford County. 2 adults, 2 children, both working, it's $67,000. So the top of our scale, if we adjust it to be a 12-month contract, it would be $32,000. Bottom of the scale would be $18,000. So we're not paying our paraprofessionals a living wage. I know that you all believe that our teachers and education support staff deserve a raise. Many of you who were elected last year ran on that. That was one of your big things that you promised us. And we've waited, we've been patient, but it's October now, and you told us when we talked about budget that we would wait. We would unallot the funds, they would be reserved, and if the money was there, that we would get that step increase. So we're asking you now, if the money is there, can we get the step increase? And we'd love a cost of living increase. I know that Lynchburg City just announced last night that they're giving a bonus. And a bonus is nice, but we want our step increase. We want something that will last past 1 check. We want something that's going to affect our retirement, that will continue on. We're just asking for what is fair. We're asking for compensation for our teachers who've been working so hard and our paraprofessionals especially. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening. My name's Thomas Jackson. My son goes to Liberty Middle, but he's at the high school. One of the biggest things that concerns me is my son has been on the honor roll since the 3rd grade. This year, he has nothing above a D. I know everything's different, but my concern is you're gonna let kids play ball and whatnot, but they can't go to school or the teachers can't change classes. If the teachers change classes, I think would help a lot more kids, not only mine, because I know there's other kids struggling, because my niece, she's struggling. And I know that y'all can probably come up with something to help them. That's my big thing. And that's all I really got, nothing else. So thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Johnson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, consent agenda is approved. Dr. Shook, Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For our first item this evening, as you all may recall, whether you're new to the board or you've been on for a while, it's been our practice to recognize and congratulate newly appointed administrators at board meetings, immediately following their approval. But since COVID began, we've not been inviting these individuals to meetings in order to limit the participation and maximize safety. However, we have appointed, you all have appointed, 6 administrators since April, and so this evening, we're gonna recognize each of them even though they're not physically present. So we are gonna load up some slides here, and if you would please direct your attention to the screens. We're gonna display each individual's picture in alphabetical order as I read a bit of biographical information. So David, if you go ahead and advance. First, I'd like to recognize Mrs. Audrey Bowyer as the administrator of our Bedford Connects remote learning program. Mrs. Bowyer began her career in education in 2004 in Georgia. First as an 8th grade math teacher in Madison County and later as a gifted pre-algebra teacher and gifted history teacher in Gwinnett County. In 2008, Ms. Bowyer moved to Virginia and taught 8th grade math in Roanoke City Schools before moving to Stanton River Middle School, where she served as an Algebra 1 teacher and most recently as an instructional coach. Mrs. Bowyer earned a bachelor's degree in middle grades education from Emmanuel College in 2004 and is about to complete her master's degree in administration and supervision from Averett University. Next, I would like to recognize Mrs. Susan Boyd as supervisor of special education. Mrs. Boyd began her career in education as a special education teacher at Forest Middle School in 2006. In 2016, Mrs. Boyd became an instructional coach for Bedford County Public Schools, serving at a number of our schools before being appointed assistant principal at Thomas Jefferson Elementary School in 2018. Mrs. Boyd received a bachelor's degree in organizational management in 1997 from Bluefield College, a master's degree in special education in 2006 from Lynchburg College, and an education specialist degree in educational leadership in 2015 from Regent University. Next, I would like to recognize Mrs. Heather Boyles as assistant principal of Thomas Jefferson Elementary School, even though she's actually been assigned to Forest Middle School at this moment with some of our reconfiguration, but she's attached to Thomas Jefferson and we'll go back there at some point, we hope. Mrs. Boyles began her career in education in 2005 as an elementary school teacher, initially in Lunenburg County and later in Augusta County. She then spent 9 years in Lynchburg City Schools, serving as a 3rd grade teacher, a gifted teacher, coordinator of gifted and elementary mathematics, and most recently as an instructional supervisor. Mrs. Boyles earned a bachelor's degree in philosophy and religion in 2003 from Mary Baldwin College, and a master's of arts in teaching degree from Mary Baldwin College in 2005, and a master's degree in educational leadership from the University of Lynchburg in 2020. Next, I would like to recognize Mr. Curtis Hetherington as assistant principal of Stanton River High School. Mr. Hetherington began his career in education in 2007 as a health and PE teacher at Mockvale Elementary School, and later moved to the same role at Stanton River Middle School. For the past 6 years, he served as a teacher on administrative assignment and more recently as an assistant principal in Roanoke City. Mr. Hetherington earned a bachelor's degree in health and human performance from Roanoke College in 2005 and a master's degree in educational leadership from Radford University in 2014. Next, I'd like to recognize Mr. Ernie Sawyer as assistant principal of Liberty High School. Mr. Sawyer began his career in education in 2010 as a mathematics teacher at Brookville High School in Campbell County. 2016, Mr. Sawyer began serving as assistant principal at Bedford Middle School, and then with everybody else from Bedford Middle School, moved over to Liberty Middle School. Mr. Sawyer earned a bachelor's degree in mathematics from Virginia Tech in 2009 and a master's degree in education leadership from the University of Lynchburg in 2014. He's also currently pursuing a doctorate degree in leadership studies at the University of Lynchburg. Next, I'd like to recognize Mrs. Sarah Watts as Assistant Administrator for Bedford Connects. Mrs. Watts began her career in education in 2006 as a social studies teacher at Jefferson Forest High School, where she served for the past 14 years. Mrs. Watts earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in interdisciplinary social sciences at James Madison University in 2005, a Master of Arts degree in secondary education from JMU in 2006, and an endorsement in administration and supervision through the Longwood University Educational Leadership Program in 2019. Last but not least, I'd like to recognize Ms. Lisa Wilson as Assistant Administrator for Bedford Connects. Ms. Wilson has spent the past 26 years here in Bedford County Public Schools, including serving as a teacher at both Bedford Elementary School and Big Island Elementary School, and more recently as the Success for All facilitator at Montvale Elementary School. Ms. Wilson earned a bachelor's degree in early childhood education from Lynchburg College in 1994 and a master's degree in administration and supervision from the University of Lynchburg in 2018. Now, if the individuals were here, I would have you clap. I don't think that really makes sense in this venue, but what I would ask is that if you do run into these individuals, and I know we're not running into people as frequently as we do, and you might not recognize them because they might have a mask on, but if you do, if you would just take the time to share your congratulations for these appointments. And moving on to 8.02, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Rock on.
Okay, we're now completing, believe it or not, our 5th week of the school year. And the staff and I would like to draw your attention to a number of important items related to our continued operations. And if it's okay with the board, I'd prefer to let us kind of run through each of our segments and then take questions at the end. The exception to this is going to be Mr. Hagler, who we've embedded his first quarter financial, which is really important to what we're talking about. And we think it'd be better if we could answer all your other questions first and then reserve probably the many questions that you have for him after he presents his report. So just to lay out what I'm gonna do before we do it, I'm gonna start giving a few overall updates. Then I'm gonna turn it to Dr. Calvert, who's gonna update about our virtual help center, followed by Mrs. Robertson, if she's still here and doing okay, all right. Updating about contact tracing and also some new counseling services that have recently become available. Followed by Dr. Dewis about some increased cleaning and custodial services. Then to Dr. Woodford with some additional details about the current school year and staffing. Then she's gonna turn it back to me for an important closing comment, and then we'll go to questions. So with that in mind, let me say that overall, I could not be more pleased with the work that our staff is doing, kind of echoing what Ms. DeLong shared. We have met with her and some of her officers on multiple occasions, and we'll do that as often as we need to because they always provide good input, positive, negative, or somewhere in between. We're working together to make things better. We also had the first meeting of our advisory team, our BCPS advisory. I think it was about a week ago that we did that, and we had the opportunity to really push that team on the conversation of what is working well, what is not working well, and what are some potential solutions to what is not working well. In addition to that, I've been able to get out to quite a few schools, even beyond the first day, and other staff has as well. And so collectively, we're very positive about what's happening, but certainly everything isn't going perfectly, and we'll address a little bit of that in a later segment. A few other things to mention before I pass things over to Dr. Calvert. At our last board meeting, we talked about communication around positive cases, and I just want to commend Mrs. Knox, who works with our school nurses, and Mrs. Sexton, who's here this evening, with our website. We really have gotten a lot of positive feedback about the fact that we're updating that daily, and people have gotten in the habit of doing that. I'm also thankful that we've had a lot of days of nothing recently. That may not sustain, but the process is working, and again, Mrs. Robertson will get into a little bit more of the contact tracing in her segment. I also want to, even before we get to his segment, which again is going to be at the tail end of this, I want to thank Mr. Hagler. And just to give you an example of how challenging his life is in terms of trying to prepare for something like this evening and the days ahead. You may know this because you may read this in the paper, some of it anyway. So Tuesday, we had a conference call with Dr. Lane, and it spoke a lot about some of the state budget and what's going on. And we thought we were pretty well informed. Then he was optimistic that a budget passage was in sight. Then yesterday, we had a report that the House and Senate have pretty much come to terms with their negotiations, and a budget deal seemed likely very soon. But the governor has an issue with the overall budget that the House and Senate have come up with, and says he won't approve that budget unless some of those things can be resolved. I don't know that any of them have anything to do with us, but it means that Mr. Hagler doesn't have a budget yet from the state. And then today, at about lunchtime, the governor made an announcement that the $200 million of CRF funds coming to school systems, and again, we'll get onto this in the later segment, that he had put in the budget about, I think, 4 or 5 weeks ago, and it had been out there. He's adding $20 million of that to help schools. So I say that to all of you just as a way to say, Mr. Hagler has done yeoman's work to get us where we are tonight. And if he seems a little frazzled or maybe not being able to give you every detail, have a little patience with him, please. And then the last thing I'll mention before I turn things over to Dr. Calvert about the Virtual Help Center is we have promoted since the get-go, and even though we've tried to be accommodating here or there, that we will make another opportunity, a formal opportunity, to let any family who wants to switch from Bedford Connects into in-person or blended, or the other way, to be able to do that at the second semester, which is what most school districts are doing. However, we have no idea the numbers that may go in either direction, and we need significant lead time to plan different transportation routes, to plan different physical configurations. And so, unless the board objects, our plan is to start communicating 2 dates as early next week. One would be October 19th, which is when we would open the window for families to indicate if they wish to switch, and we would give a 2-week window and close that on November 2nd, the day before Election Day. And then it would be locked down. And we mention that because that's before our next board meeting. And we feel like families have now had plenty of time to figure out if things are working or not working. And we think that that is important to be able to put out there. The other thing that we'll tell you is we're not going to be the only ones communicating. As a district, we will. We're going to do our broadcasts and our Facebook and call outs and all of those. But we're going to ask our learning coaches at the secondary level, our Bedford Connect staff, and our homeroom teachers to all blast this out to individual families with the hope that they hear it so many times they get sick of hearing it. Because unlike what we did in the summer, we are not requiring anyone who wants to keep what they have to fill out anything. So the default is going to be, if you didn't tell us you wanted to switch, we assume you're happy where your child or children currently are. So any objections to that timeline from the board before we kind of move on? That seem reasonable? Okay, and anything you can do to help us spread that word in your spheres of influence, we would appreciate it. So at this time, I'm going to turn things over to Dr. Calvert for an update on the Virtual Help Center.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. I'm excited to share information on our Virtual Help Center. This is a resource that we've created to support students and family with technology assistance. The Virtual Help Center offers information on Chromebooks, Google, Canvas, Clever, PowerSchool. All of the Parent University videos that we've done are also housed here as a resource so parents can go back to that and review if necessary. Additionally, the Virtual Help Center has an email or chat with us button feature where students and families can pose specific questions and get a response from a Bedford County ITR team. The Virtual Help Center was advertised through email and flyer on September 30th so that families were aware of this new resource. And it's located very conveniently if you go to the Bedford County website. It is on quick links, and if you go to the quick link to the far right, it's Virtual Help Center. And so it's very easy to get to. You will notice that in there, like for example, it goes through Chromebooks and everything that you can have a problem with the Chromebook. Like, I can't get my Chromebook to turn on. I don't remember my password. I don't know how to connect it to Wi-Fi. All of those things are already on there with videos and things ready to go, plus the chat option. So since October 1st, which is only 7 days, we've had 85 conversations, we've had 309 site users, which means we've supported already 394 people. There were 1,107 page views. We have return users, 54 people returned to the site and used it again. Our ITRT has assisted with 3 of them were too complicated, so they actually turned into phone calls where they led the people through. I think one was a submission of work to Canvas. And so if need be, it turns into a phone call. So we're really excited. The parents are very excited. One of the first parent comments we got, they were very thankful. They said that this resource was going to actually reduce the level of stress in their household immediately. So the parents have been very, very supportive about this. So we just wanted to make you aware. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Robertson. Do you want my seat?
No, I'll try to speak up.
Okay.
Is everyone able to hear me from back here? Okay. I'm so thankful. I want to just start off by expressing my thanks for the team of school nurses that we have and their hard work. It's evident in where we are in schools right now. They are, as Dr. Shook mentioned, we do have the dashboard that is showing the cases, but I think it's very important for us to recognize that those are predominantly community transmission cases. So students who are acquiring the virus outside of the school building. We have only one case that was documented as an in-school transmission at this point, and I think that's a reflection of the hard work that our nurses are doing with contact tracing. I want to be clear in making sure that the community and the board understands that contact tracing does not just occur when an individual is formally tested positive. We are on alert for a variety of presentations that we need to watch and be aware of and gather information. The nurses are actively monitoring individuals who are on quarantine. Quarantine may occur because a child goes home as symptomatic. An individual is symptomatic or and awaiting testing. An individual is asymptomatic and has been exposed. An individual is asymptomatic and exposed with negative test results, or an exposed individual with positive findings. So they are monitoring all of those cases and checking in with families every 2 or 3 days to determine symptom changes, presentations. And I just want to thank our supervisor of physical and mental health, Patricia Knox, and the leadership that she's had with her team in establishing the staff training as it relates to contact tracing. I would also like to mention, just for the board's awareness, that this week I had the opportunity to meet with staff from Horizon Behavioral Health, which is our local public mental health service agency. We had previously in the strategic plan identified developing programs at some of our middle and high schools to embed outpatient and case management services. The plan moving forward with Horizon, I'm pleased to say, is that they are looking to staff outpatient and case management services in any school that has a level of need. And we've talked about what would be required in the number of outpatient cases or case management services. So they are in the process of staffing now to broaden the depth and breadth of services that will be embedded and placed within the school. So essentially we would have our public mental health service agencies with meeting space to receive families for case management services, students or students for outpatient counseling embedded within the schools. And I'm now handing it over to Dr. Lewis.
Thanks, and just as the nurses have been working constantly, our custodial staff has as well, on their toes. We met with many of the staff members on September 30th, had great conversations from their perspective about what's working and what needs to be worked on. And in fact, the meeting was productive enough that we all agreed to meet again in December, so I think we'll make that a fairly regular occurrence. What we've done to try to supplement them in their time with such aggressive cleaning protocols is to contract with a local firm to hire some temporary custodians to come in for 5 hours a day at schools with who only have 2 custodians, and also in those schools that may have a vacancy that hasn't been filled or is in the process of being filled. Just to make sure we're at full staff or full plus staff and can take care of our all of our responsibilities. In the schools that don't have those folks, we've authorized overtime as needed to take care of the things that don't have to be done during the day, mowing, other grounds work, and other things in the building that might sometimes get in the way of cleaning, but in these days, we really can't afford to let anything get in the way of cleaning. So with those two strategies, we're stretching the staff we have and feel like that's working pretty well. But we're going to keep monitoring it and making sure. Dr. Woodford?
Thank you, Dr. Dewis. As Dr. Shook has shared, many of us have enjoyed spending time visiting schools and talking with our students, teachers, our principals, support staff, and parents regarding the execution and implementation of our reopening plan. And the feedback we've received has really provided a window into the positives of our plans and some of the difficulties of that plan. All of our stakeholders are happy that our K through 6 learners have the ability to attend school every day in person, and that our students in grades 7 through 12 also have the opportunity for face-to-face time with instructors throughout the week. Students are wearing masks, they're washing their hands, they're practicing physical distancing, and by all reports, teachers and administrators are saying that our students are really resilient and they've adjusted so well to the changes in school. And I think as evidenced by the fact that we've had no new positive cases reported in the last 8 days in our schools, thanks to the hard work of a lot of people. Reports are that our school operations teams, such as transportation, nutrition, and maintenance, are running smoothly, and all of the staff are working together to be flexible and supportive of one another. Because of physical distancing requirements, our class sizes are small, and in all of our in-person settings, this has allowed for a lot of relationship building, individualized support for students, and a significant reduction in discipline and bullying incidents, which has allowed our teachers and our administrators to really focus on relationships and students and learning. In fact, at this time last year, we had a total of 752 discipline referrals. As of yesterday, we had only 51. And in the entire division, none of those referrals were related to bullying. And so I'm just really proud of the work that we're doing with the social emotional learning and relationship building with our students, and the fact that just in this time of not really being able to socialize closely and do things normally, the students are just doing great with everything. The teachers and students in our virtual school are getting used to this completely new environment, and teachers are finding creative ways to connect with students in small groups, individually, and through live sessions that they offer during the day and sometimes even in the evenings so they can accommodate family work needs. The administrative team of Bedford Connects has worked hard to meet the demands of this new learning environment and a very different school model. This week, we did move Mr. Paul Nazigan from Forest Middle School and Dr. Donnie Norman from Jefferson Forest High School to work at Bedford Connects because of the large number of students enrolled in that program. Due to the large class sizes for some of our Bedford Connects teachers, we are going to be making some schedule adjustments next week to lighten some of the teacher loads for our Bedford Connects teachers. We continue to work through issues with students that are not working consistently, not only in Bedford Connects in the virtual environment, but also in our grades 7 through 12 blended learning environments. This requires a lot of teacher work in connecting with families, administrators following up with phone calls, and increased accountability for students and families. And I do think we're taking a positive turn in that direction and really helping parents understand and students understand that new learning is occurring, and this isn't exactly like it was when we shut down in March, that this is really important. A significant struggle at all levels is the workloads of our staff, and we've heard that from many groups that we've talked to. We have a limited number of substitute teachers that are available and willing to take our open jobs, and the increase that is and may continue to occur as our staff members may become sick and stay home
Whereas before, they might have just pushed through and come to work. They are taking extra precautions to never come when they're not feeling well. And we also understand that there will be times that our staff is quarantined for extended periods of time. And so there is concern that there may not be enough help on the ground to cover that. With all of our staff covering classes to allow for physical distancing and absences, sometimes not being able to get coverages, there's really not been a lot of time for any of our staff to really catch their breath or just take a simple break during the day. Added to this, teachers have expressed concerns that they are identifying many students that they are concerned with the learning loss that has occurred over the last few months. They are seeing that students who normally may not qualify for reading or math remediation are going to need some additional assistance to possibly catch up. It has become evident to us that additional support is needed, especially right now at the K-6 level. Therefore, we are planning to add some positions to schools that may need some additional supports so that we can support our paraprofessionals and our teachers. These positions will be for this year only, and they may be teaching positions or paraprofessional positions, depending really on the need at the school level. As Ms. DeLong noted, there have been some hiring issues with finding paraprofessionals and substitutes and even teachers. And so our department has been working closely with the recruitment and retention team to find employees. Mrs. Simmons has reached out to our local colleges, and the colleges are working with us to possibly work to have some of our student teachers get their certifications as they're working with our students in classrooms. And so we're really excited about the possibility of hiring more support so that we can give our teachers a much needed break and our paraprofessionals the break that they need and the support. Mr. Hagler will be sharing how this will be funded during his Q1 financial report later in the evening. At this time, I would like to turn it back over to Dr. Shook.
Okay, well, thanks to all the staff that just presented. I know that was very quick and not everything we could have told you, but it was a highlight. I want to kind of end where I started before we open it up for questions. I think you've heard, not just this evening, but I think you all have said this probably as much as I have or more about how much we appreciate the staff and everything that they are doing. So it is, I think, a great source of joy for me to be able to say that Mr. Hagler believes, and I believe it as well, that based on everything we know, we're in a position to go ahead and allot the unallotted step increase that our employees so desperately need and deserve. This does not require board action because it was already in your budget, but I assume you're going to want to pepper Mr. Hagler with questions to make sure that he is confident that that can happen. And let me say this as well. We feel very strongly that because it was budgeted for a beginning of the term, that we would make the step retroactive to the 1st of July. And as a practical matter, and not an insignificant amount of work we're adding to Mr. Hagler's plate and his payroll team, is in the November payroll, all of the steps from July through November would be in that November check, and then the December checks would be the regular with step amount going forward. I'm going to admit I didn't think we'd get here. But the news we have heard from the state has been very encouraging. And we've also discussed this with the county administrator, and of course he doesn't have a vote in this, but wanted to make sure what his perspective was on how might the county view this. And what he said is that first of all, it was in your budget, and they were aware of that. And secondly, if you didn't know this, the county is planning to give some pretty significant bonuses to many of their frontline and essential workers. And I happen to think that all of our employees are in that category. And with what we've heard about what places like Lynchburg and others are doing around bonuses and may do, we feel very strongly about this. And just so you understand how much work this is for Mr. Hagler and his team, if we don't move forward with this coming out of tonight's meeting, we probably couldn't get this in November's payroll. We'd probably be talking to you about it next month for December's payroll. And I just happen to think, on a personal note, that going into the holiday season, and one that is going to be a lot different and a lot harder for a lot of people, that maybe having a larger paycheck in November would be a good thing. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we will conclude our presentation and open up the floor for board member questions for that part, and ask that you would hold your questions for Mr. Hagler until he can actually present proactively the first quarter.
Questions, Dr. Mealy?
Yes, Dr. Dewis, I have a question for you. Thank you so much for meeting with the custodians. I hear from them regularly, and I know they really appreciate that. And going forward in December, I think that's such a great idea, just to keep them in the loop. Last month, and I think also in August, we talked about possibly paying them to mow the lawns on Saturday and Sunday. Have we done anything with regard to that, or?
Yes, that's what the overtime payments that we are allowing for are doing. So they're being taken by those employees or other maintenance folks who are willing and to do that.
That's great, thank you. We also talked about in the past subs for the custodian. So I'm assuming with this temporary help that subs are available and no one's going to be without a, maybe you have 2 custodians and only down to 1.
We have used them for that purpose, especially for extended periods where they're out a week or we're between hiring. So yes.
And Dr. Woodford, thank you so much for the evening sessions. I've heard from parents that that's really been helpful, because some are staying with grandma or other people, and when they get home, that's really, really helpful. We did talk too about a letter to Bedford Connects parents explaining the requirements and expectations. We discussed that in early meeting. Did we ever send that letter?
Do you mean for attendance?
This was, I just have a note saying it explaining the requirements and expectations of Bedford Connects.
I would have to check with Mrs. Bowyer. I know that we have done several letters talking about expectations for time on task, expectations for attendance and signing in. And so I could follow up and email the board and let them know.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I thought that was such a great idea that it would help. I also want to just chime in on what you said too, that the workload and what Ms. DeLong said, the workload is, I'm hearing from teachers that they're just overwhelmed, I think, with everything. So thank you for looking into that for them as well. And I'm thrilled about the unallotted, allotting the unallotted. Mr. Hagler is a man of miracles, so I think that's really great. I have a few bills that need to be paid, if you can do something about that. I really appreciate you taking that all the way back to July. I just think that speaks volumes of how we value our employees. And I also want to say I think it is so much better than a bonus for the reasons that Ms. DeLong said, which is that then becomes part of their VRS, and it's every month. So thank you so much for all of that.
Ms. Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question I'll ask Dr. Shook, and he can direct me to perhaps the individual that can answer. First, I want to say that, like many of you, I'm just so pleased with the number of negative COVID cases that we've had. And also, I want to applaud you for the updates that you give. I think it's very, very helpful and needful for the community. And so I applaud you for keeping those updates going there. I have a question regarding the non-school-based employees being informed of positive COVID cases. Are we notifying those individuals? I, of course, was under the assumption when we made the decision to let our school principals inform their school staff that we would probably be doing the same thing for the department chairs.
It's a good question. Who wants to take that one? Me? I think it speaks to our process is, and again, I want others to jump in if I say this incorrectly, is that those individuals are notified who were potentially exposed through the contact tracing protocol. And it's not the same as a school with a large number of employees. What we're weighing there is the ability to kind of let people know what's happening and not identify the people. And so we're talking about very small numbers, and that's why we've used that generic term, non-school-based employees.
I certainly understand that, but I think if we're letting the school-based employees know, that we should also let those non-school-based employees know by letting perhaps maybe the department head for, say, I'm just gonna say transportation, that individual could certainly let those individuals, those employees, inform them of potential, of a positive COVID case. And certainly I understand we're not gonna be disclosing names, we can't do that. I'm just saying that if we're affording the school employees the same information, we should also give that to our non-school-based employees.
And I don't think we disagree with you, I just think the context is different. So to your example, if someone in the Department of Transportation tested positive, that's a very small group of people, so they would probably, by nature of working around that individual, already be involved in the contact tracing protocol. But informing them that one of their own, say there's only 5 or 6 of them, now we get into the whole HIPAA piece of this, and that's where I'm not the expert on this. Ms. Robertson? Yeah, and maybe I'm not understanding.
I don't understand that piece there in terms of violating HIPAA. If we are letting school employees know, and I don't think there's a cap, is there, on the number of employees?
Well, first of all, we're letting everybody know through the website.
Yes,
The only
you are.
thing that we were doing differently at the schools was the principal was sending an email that says exactly what the website says. So any non-school-based employee can still check the website. So are you suggesting that every time there's a non-school-based employee, that all non-school-based employees get an email?
What I'm saying is that non-school-based employees, such as those who work in central office, you have various departments there, that the department head for those employees should notify those employees if there is a positive COVID case within that department.
Okay, well, that's where I'm saying I think if the department is very small, now we're running into, but can you speak to this, Ms.
I would think that size doesn't matter. Why does size and numbers matter here?
Well, for a couple of reasons, and I want to clarify just one question, for instance, with transportation. If the positive case were a student at a school, one of the first questions our contact tracers ask is, how does that student come to school? So if there were a transportation concern, that individual driver and the transportation department would be made aware of those concerns. So the contact tracing does try to identify points of contact that might have been beyond the school with transportation. To speak to specific inter-office departments, if I'm going to follow up on what Dr. Shook has communicated, if a current office configuration has offices with a certain number of individuals in that office, and an individual in that grouping were to test positive, we would engage, our school nursing team would engage in contact tracing to determine, was there a point in time where individuals experienced close contact without a mask, less than 6 feet of distance, those kinds of things, for more than 15 minutes. So we follow those questions. If no one in that office area has indicated close contact, or was indicated as a close contact, those individuals would not be notified of a positive outcome, because when that individual in their office space is absent, it's a clear communication of that positive finding. However, if someone in that group had been indicated as a potential exposure, a potential close contact, they would simply be told, you may have been exposed, and you would need to quarantine. So within the departments, there is a notification based on contact tracing procedures. And within the central office, I can say, we are adhering to the same guidelines in schools where our masks are worn in the halls and the restrooms and all public and common areas. So, the limited contacts would be known by the individual involved that was reporting a positive finding.
Perhaps, but there's always that uncertainty. And I understand that you all are saying that you're looking at numbers here, but I have to ask, in terms of the health department and the guidelines, is there a number stipulation in terms of not being able to notify these individuals, even though they may be a part of the contact tracing? I just don't understand why we're wrestling with the fact that these employees also need to be notified and told as well. Despite the number, they should know.
The notification is available, if there were a positive case, the notification is available. In terms of, the notification is available to those
on the
who need to know.
On the website.
Yes.
Well, and that's the same case for the school-based employees. They could go to the website and take a look at it too, but what we decided as a board that we wanted the school employees to know. We felt that the school principal should inform. So I think the same opportunity and information should be afforded to our other employees. Mr. Chairman, I would ask that we certainly, as a board, consider that. We've set this in motion for the other employees. And to leave out those in central office, to me, just isn't fair.
Well, it sounds to me, if I understood what Ms. Robertson was saying, is that is being done as part of the contact tracing process.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
So they are being informed through that existing contact tracing progress about positive case.
I realize that they may be a part of that contact tracing and they're making them aware. The same thing would hold true, would it not, for a school, a teacher, a school? Wouldn't they be informing certain teachers or classrooms if they were involved in contact tracing as well? The department, the central office, is a fairly reasonably large staff. I just think we're doing them an injustice and not providing them with the same opportunity of information.
Any other questions? Ms. Johnson?
Mr. Chairman, would like to thank Dr. Shook, Dr. Woodford, and Dr. Dewis for always being available when I have questions or parent concerns that I want to share. I did have one question though regarding, maybe this is for Mr. Hagler in a few minutes, regarding the step increase. Would you rather me wait for that?
Is it about how we're gonna afford it?
No, it's more about just confirming who all is getting it.
Yeah, why don't we hold that this section if that's okay, Mr. Johnson?
Any other questions? Mr. Hill?
Go ahead. Come on.
Sure. Yeah. All right. So I do have a question about the step, and it pertains to the taxation and making sure that we're doing it where it's even. So I don't know. I can wait until afterwards.
Let's wait on that one too.
Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. And then the other thing is, as far as the open time slot, October 19th, and you're going to give 2 weeks to November 2nd for students and families to decide if they want to switch from semester to semester. One thing that I have received numerous phone calls on is regarding the mask police. And so I want to be very careful in how we're presenting that to our students. because I think it's gonna have a negative impact on them leaving in face-to-face instruction and going over to Bedford Connects. Because if they have to go to school and sit in one classroom all day and they're forced to have a mask on, which we as a board agree they should not be, but then yet the mask police are coming through and saying, you don't have a mask on, you don't have a mask on, that is going to force our students to say, well, what am I coming to school for? I don't want to sit in here with a mask on all day. So I want to be very clear, that is a concern, and I think we're going to have our numbers shift in a different direction than what we want as many in front of the teacher or in school as possible. But that is a major concern for that taking place. And I thought we had agreed on as a board that if you were in the classroom and you were social distanced, you did not have to have a mask on, and that if the teacher thought that it was appropriate for group time or whatever, then they would be asked, but otherwise the students would not be mandated to wear a mask. And so I want to be very clear that that is a concern to me. And it's happened multiple times in multiple classrooms and at multiple schools. That is a huge concern. We're giving the wrong message to our students who chose, based on what we agreed upon as a board, to do in-person school. So, wanted to make sure we address that before October 19th. If that's taking place, we need to make sure that the message is clear of what the options are to our students.
Ms. Garvey?
Yes, Dr. Woodford, can you tell me what the student-to-teacher ratio is right now with Bedford Connects?
I don't have that exactly in front of me, like an average. The lower grades are running, depending on the grade levels, anywhere from 30 to sometimes 40. Our high school levels, we have some particular classes. We had some health and PE classes that had gotten up to 200 students, and so that's what we're working on Monday, moving those students out so it's equitable. So we have gone through to make adjustments in any areas we thought were too heavy. But I don't have specific numbers with me tonight.
Okay, because I heard the 200 students per teacher, and that threw me for a loop. I mean, that's just way too high.
All of that we will be fixing through schedule changes on Monday. We know what we're doing and we've identified the teachers, but we wanted to have time to notify parents, notify the students, and also give the teachers an opportunity to get ready to add them. What we saw was that at the base schools, 7 through 12, we had some teachers whose class sizes were very small because of the number of students who moved over. In an effort to be able to offer a good variety of courses in the high school level, we have some of our high school teachers teaching in Bedford Connects and on campus, so it skewed our numbers. And so once we realized that our Bedford Connects teachers were getting these very large numbers and some of our in-person teachers at the high school level had low numbers, we worked with our principals to begin to shift some of those student loads over, and our teachers have been great about working together to make those transfers. So that will not be an issue starting Tuesday of next week.
Could you keep, and you're wonderful about keeping us updated with emails, so could you keep us updated with progress emails of how these numbers are going to be dropping?
Sure. Be happy to.
Ms. Harrison?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Woodford, I have just a couple of questions. I know when we were talking about Bedford Connect earlier, I'm curious, and we had talked about the use of Super Kids, that reading program. So I was just wondering how that has gone. Have we rolled that out?
We have.
To which grade levels?
We are using Super Kids in grades K through 3. And the Bedford Connects teachers also have access to the new electronic reading system through HMH, which all of our teachers have access to. We had to order some more materials to ensure that all the students had that, and we had to get those out to parents because there are some components that parents need it in their hands. And so I believe our order came in last week, and we were working to get all of those materials out to the schools for parents to pick up.
Oh, fantastic. I'd heard from a couple of parents who had said they had not received anything regarding Super Kids, and they really liked the program.
And good. And if we, please ask those parents to get in touch with us. We are finding that sometimes that we think the materials are somewhere and they're not, and it's just so many moving parts. So we are happy to work out. I know Mrs. Bowyer has even driven some materials to people's homes.
Okay.
So we make sure we get them there, so.
That's so nice of her to do that. I do have a few more questions regarding just the live sessions. How's that going with those students who are in the blended model? Are we finding that we're pretty consistent with the live sessions?
In the blended model, because of the way that our high school principals are working with those students, they have kind of designated times when the students are there throughout the day, so teachers can connect face-to-face for sessions or virtually. And I think there's a good response there. Some of the issue is when the students are at home on their work days. If a teacher's trying to connect to a live session, they don't have as good of participation. That's also some of the issue we're seeing in Bedford Connects. Teachers are offering multiple live sessions throughout the day, and at times are not getting kids to sign on, and a lot of them are our very youngest students. The parents are either not there to help them, or there's some reason they're not connecting. I know the administrative team have been doing some live sessions for remediation, and they invited 15 for a live session and only one showed up. So that's where we're struggling a little bit. We're again trying to reach out to parents and communicate. We don't require live sessions, but as the teachers are trying to explain to parents, it's an important connection to be able to see your teacher and to be teaching.
Absolutely.
They are recording any live sessions that they do, so students can always go back and view those live sessions. So anything they do, presenting material, it's recorded and put on for students to see at any other time. And our blended teachers are doing the same thing. So one of the nice things about the blended model is students can request to go see a teacher, or a teacher can request a student come to them for remediation or just review of a concept, and that's worked really well. And I will say, one of the things that does play a little bit into our really needing some more staff at the elementary level is we were really concerned about some of our youngest learners who were not connecting with teachers, and teachers were having a hard time connecting with them. And so we are making efforts to try to bring them back to in-person every day so that we're ensuring they're getting that instruction. And some of the parents are realizing this is really hard, and so they are asking, because their children are so young, to come back, which is causing a little bit of an imbalance, which could be fixed if we could have some additional staff to support our in-person.
Yeah. One last question.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's regarding our middle school students, particularly the model that we're using to support the social, mental, and emotional health, which I think is just fantastic that we've got that time built in for those students. The model that we're using, and you correct me if I'm wrong, and in some cases, the resource teacher is the home-based teacher. Is that correct?
So I'm gonna ask just a clarifying question. When you say middle school students, are you talking about our 4th, 5th, and 6th grade that are at the middle school buildings, or are we talking about our middle school students who are at high school that are 7th and 8th graders?
Actually, those that are at the high school.
Okay, would answer, but since we have Beth here and she's created the model, I think she could probably answer and be much more accurate, so I'm gonna
shift, all right.
I'm gonna turn her over to you.
All right, so with those students, having that support for them, I think is just fantastic. And it's my understanding that the home-based teacher is the resource teacher in some cases. Is that true in some of our models?
So at the 7 through 12, it's really the same model, 7 through 12.
Mm-hmm.
All students that report to on campus for blended learning report to their learning coach. The learning coach is a course instructor of some type. It may be an English teacher, math teacher, but it is a course instructor. But that learning coach has a small cohort of students. I would say anywhere from 10 to 12 on an A or B day, maybe less, depending on that particular group or cohort. So that small group reports to the learning coach and each campus has a different schedule, but I'll just use one for example. At the initial start of the day, the learning coach has access to a Canvas course that has been created purely for learner coach access that has a variety of SEL resources. Those SEL resources are aligned with the American School Counselor Association Mindset and Belief Model, and those are already curated and available and scripted and accessible if teachers should choose to use them. Some might find something that they prefer on the topic and want to select, so we've given some freedom. Not only are there instructional resources or skill lessons, there are also group discussion activities, partner activities, student videos. They also work within their major Clarity platform, which is our academic and career planning platform for students. So all of those things are available and embedded within the Canvas course that has been produced and shared with all learning coaches.
So if I may, just for clarification so that I'm understanding this, because I'm hearing that some of our models are resource teachers, okay, are home-based teachers. And those resource teachers have to rotate, of course. And if I'm understanding this correctly, it's in the home base where these students have an opportunity to have that connection and that and support for the social and emotional aspect of it. Am I accurate in that particular?
In the 7 through 12 model, teachers are not rotating in. A group of students reports to their learning coach, and until they are going out to work with a course instructor for office hours or seminars, their base of operation, so to speak, is with that learning coach. So teachers are not rotating.
So what about our other grade level?
Okay.
Are they
I think
rotating?
I can answer.
Yes, okay.
I think I know what you're talking about, Mrs. Hairston.
Okay.
So the middle school buildings, the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, they are using more of a teaming model.
Okay.
And so what happens is they may have a history teacher that leads a class, an English teacher, a science teacher, and maybe a resource teacher, or a paraprofessional maybe with a class. And what they're doing is the teacher rotates throughout the day, so they're teaching that face-to-face content to students. And so it could be that a homeroom, like where they start their day, it could be any teacher in the building that's kind of like all hands on deck, but assigned to a team. And then the teachers are moving between groups so that the students aren't mixing, but they get face-to-face time with their teachers. That may be what you're referring to.
We're on the same page now. So let me ask this question. Then, do we have students? Are there students that potentially may be missing out on getting that support that they need in regards to the mental, social, behavioral health piece of it?
Our counselors are not, go ahead.
I can also speak to that. Because we wanted to work to adhere to our movement of staff and interaction of staff with large volumes of students, the school counselors have created a Canvas course for classroom teachers to use that has packaged kind of lessons or videos or short moments that if teachers needed time fillers and wanted to address, and again, it's aligned with the same curriculum alignment that I described for the older learners. So those activities are available for all teachers. School counselors can share that course. School counselors are also still interacting with their groups and providing lessons, doing that either in shorter visits, meaning I'm not visiting an entire grade level. They're doing perhaps 1 or 2 classes in a day for contact tracing, or they're doing virtual lessons with our classes. So all of our schools, all of our middle schools have the same staffing of school counselors that have been there, and they are interacting with students regularly, either with individual requests, through virtual interactions within classrooms, or through a provided resource bank of materials aligning with the curriculum that classroom teachers can pull from.
It's my understanding that we may have some students out there that are not getting that social and emotional support that they need because of the movement of these resource teachers who are considered, in some cases, their home base. So I think that's worthy to check into, because we certainly need to provide that support for all of those students.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you and I can talk specifically about where you're hearing, so maybe I could narrow that down a little bit.
Not a problem at all. I
That
can
would
give
be
you
great.
specifics.
Mr. Hill?
Yeah, so let me first say, I don't blame you guys for choosing these two at all. They're two of our best administrators in my book, because I've had kids work with them. But Mr. Nizigan and Mr. Norman, so with moving them from their schools to Bedford Connects, what has been the impact on the current administrative and staff and teacher support by moving those two away from their schools to Bedford Connects?
I don't know that I've heard that there's been any negative impact. One of the things we were watching as the school year was beginning, we knew that we had a lot of students moving to Bedford Connects. So on a day-to-day basis, there are fewer students on campus at Jefferson Forest High School. As we said, there's definitely fewer movement, fewer discipline referrals, fewer operations pieces that both of them support. We, in every instance, looked at capacity for being able to still manage the day-to-day at the school based on the number of students at the school. And so that's really how we made those choices. And just as with our teachers, as students begin, it's a very fluid. It's as students, if they do second semester begin to move back, then we'll move those resources back to where they're needed. This is really, we definitely needed some support in Bedford Connects with attendance, getting in touch with kids, making sure we were on track, and they have, boy, put out some great work this week.
So I'm good to assume that we haven't put additional
there's nothing.
Work on the administrators or staff that are left at those schools in order to move them over.
No, sir.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Ms. Garvey?
Dr. Woodford, I have one more question.
Okay.
I've heard from several teachers, that they have students that are doing connects, but they can't get in touch with the students. They can't get in touch with the parents, and the teachers are at wit's end. Is there any type of backup plan or somebody to help the teachers get in touch with these parents and get in touch with these families?
Mr. Nazigan and Dr. Norman have spent a tremendous amount of time doing that, and we've made several connections this week. And we are also working with some of our community agencies to make those connections. And we will follow kind of those procedures, because in essence, not being able to get in touch and kids not connecting is an attendance issue. And so that's really, Mr. Nazigan and Dr. Norman have focused on that this week and done an outstanding job of whittling that number down a tremendous amount.
Those seem like the families that we really do need to reach out to.
Exactly. And our goal is, if that is a continued attendance issue, then we would really encourage those families to possibly move back to in-person, or tell us what we can do to support them in this environment, because it's so important. So that is definitely a priority, and our two new administrators there right now are doing a great job working on that. And that has definitely been a concern that we've identified, so yes.
Do we have any more non-Mr. Hagler related questions? Okay. I guess we'll open it up to Mr. Hagler.
I know I had the board on hold, didn't put them on hold, but you agreed to follow a conservative approach to the budget this year. And I think our employees knew that, and I think Mrs. Long speaking tonight, it's time to hear. I will say a lot of the numbers were made available earlier this week, even today. And our expenditures, I just got really last week. So normally I would present all this in November. It's a quick turnaround to get it done this quick. But I think our employees are anxious to know, I think the board's anxious to know on how we're looking and where we're gonna go. This projection was complicated by the delays of the state revised budget. That's still not done, as Dr. Shook spoke earlier. It hasn't been a normal start, so all of your trend data that you use to do projections is kind of out the window. So it made it a little bit more complicated and less predictable. However, I've taken a very conservative approach in forecasting how I think the year is gonna go. And there's still some unknowns or potential revenue changes to the positive in the future. And I'll speak to those here in a minute. So I'll start with the revenue side, which is the first page. And if you see that, it looks pretty plain. You're seeing a decreased or where we're gonna come in under budget on revenue. I will state that I've already adjusted the revenue and expenditure side for 2 supplemental appropriations that will be later in the meeting for the board to consider for action. And and those are listed below. One is the first phase of the county CARES Act money, 1.5 million that was allocated to us. That negative 60,000 is that 60,000 is gonna go to the nutrition fund. They're spending some of that money and it'll be reimbursed there. And that new state CARES money is CFR, Dr. Shook referred to. They haven't passed that budget yet, but it's in both the House and the Senate. So it's likely that it's gonna come through, and the governor came back and said they're gonna put more money into that today. So I think it's highly likely we're getting that money, so I've kind of went ahead and budgeted that in.
Mr. Hagler, that's the 20 million that Dr. Shook referred to, is that same?
It was 200 million, and then the governor said another 20 million of that.
Okay, thank you.
So they're debating on how to allocate that. So it could be, I went in and changed one of the supplementals today and gave a range that was more widespread because of that extra 20 million, because it's an unknown.
Is this the same, I heard something on it today, like $170 per student?
Yes, yes, sir.
Minimum 100,000 per school system?
It was, I believe, Mr. Hill, 159 when it was 200 million, and I believe now it's 175.
175.
Is that what you guys read? Yeah, that just came out today. And again, that's the governor's, he's still gotta work with the General Assembly, but we believe from what we're hearing that they're all gonna step up and do that.
Okay. So this is added revenue, which greatly helped. In addition, in the state budget, there's a hold harmless on sales tax. So that eliminates that concern. To be honest with you, I haven't seen a dip in sales tax yet, but they're predicting near $600,000 for us over the year, and I haven't seen that yet. But this just kind of holds us harmless if it were to go down and takes that as a concern away. That was an initial concern on unallotting the step and having our initial CARES Act, which is not part of this. That's still on the sidelines. We can bring that in when we need to, but that is not part of this. All that was sitting on the sidelines in case some of these things really got worse with the state. So I'm happy to report the state is stepping up and really helping schools here, which is great news for us. So on the revenue side, you'll see that that negative 1.3 million is due entirely to our ADM. I will say that the General Assembly has talked about coming back in January and revisiting the hold harmless on the ADM, which if that comes into place, add 1.3 million back to us. As early today, Dr. Shook was hearing, they may even consider that right now. So that might come through in the next 2 weeks. And
can I add as well, as another indicator that may be happening, both of the budgets, even though they didn't formally put that mechanism in, said that regardless of what a district reported as membership on September 30th, where they would normally start adjusting our revenues down, they were gonna keep the money flowing to us. And so everything we've heard is that, we even heard this from Dr. Lane on Tuesday, is that there's a greater support for this because, and I don't understand all the math behind it, maybe Mr. Hagler does, this doesn't really cost the state anything. The way the math works out, it's kind of revenue neutral. And all the counties and cities, governments support it, all the school boards and all the school systems, advocates support it, and so yes, again, I wouldn't say that one's across the finish line, but it's another positive indicator of revenue we would normally be deficit of that we may be held harmless on this year.
I would say if that money comes through, that would just add to our ending balance. I don't think there's any other expenditures or unknowns out there that we would go, so our ending balance would be a lot larger. And I'll be clear about that. If the supplementals that I have tonight that you approve, I have to go before the Board of Supervisors, and I'll make sure I'll explain that. I don't want any surprises and going, but it's not a done deal yet. So I did not build that in. It's showing as a loss right now, okay? So originally, you know, the federal was in the $5 million range. I've added that 2.9, you know, there. So that's reflected in both the budget and the projection. And at this point on the federal revenues, I'm expecting the same amount as I budgeted. It's too early to kind of veer off of that. I would say on the other line at the very top, it's pretty early to predict anything other than what I budgeted on that. However, one of the discussions we had earlier is that we usually rent out our schools to churches and they pay the schools and some of that money comes to me. I have some money budgeted in for that, so we're not doing that now, so that may go down. I'm not sure what's happening with dual enrollment. We'll see what happens in the first semester here. Once the schools get that aligned, it might be the same, it might not. So there's some things that might happen there, but if you see that 750,000 budgeted out of 106 million, a little variance there is not concerning on the overall budget here. So that's the revenue picture. I will say, let me just add a couple other things. I mentioned that there's two amounts that I didn't build into this forecast. Those are sitting on the sideline. The reason for that is the county's CARES Act money that they first allotted us has to be spent by December 31st. This new money of the 220 million that's allocated out to schools, of which we'll get 1.5 to 1.8 million maybe, that is under the same guidance and has to be spent by December 31st. All of it's got to be done by December 31st. And they haven't voted on it yet. So I might not get notice on this one until 2 or 3 weeks from now. And we're close to November and I've got to expend it all by December 31st.
I'm sorry, say that again, I got lost there.
Our CARES Act money, the original allotment that is not built into here, we have till September of 2022 to spend that.
That's the 1.5, okay.
It's 1.2.
1.2, okay.
That's not factored in here. I haven't budgeted that. We can pull that down in the future. But we have till September of 22 to spend that. So that's not critical right now. I did put in for a competitive grant, the GEAR grant.
Right.
A little bit over 300,000, we were awarded 241. That money can be spent up until September of 22.
Okay.
So I'm not working on that one right now. These are the critical ones, those can come later. And so that's why I'm focused on these two grants right now, because they have a December 31st guideline.
Okay, and that's where I'm confused. So CARES 1 is the December 31st.
Okay.
Just tell me what those.
Okay. This new money coming from the state and the county's money are under the same umbrella,
Okay.
December 31st.
State and the county,
Yeah.
okay.
And that's the new money coming from the state that I don't know the exact amount yet.
Okay.
Our original CARES allocation and this competitive allocation of the GEAR, we got till September of 2022 to spend. So we can deal with that one later. We got to get these two out of the way.
Right.
So that's how I've approached this one, what needs to be taken care of right now. Any questions on the revenue? All right, so if that ADM comes in, we're gonna even look all that much better. When you get to the expenditure side, and the revenue was the easy part, I think. The expenditures is kind of what is a little bit more difficult. You'll see that when I built those two revenue streams, and I built it on the expenditure side too. So we are recovering some revenues that were from last year. For instance, transportation costs during the spring and some expenditures we had prior to June 30th. So that revenue's coming in this year, but I expended it last year. So I'm not gonna show it as an expenditure this year, but I'm bringing that revenue in this year. So that helps our situation. We do have COVID-related expenditures, and all those are being assigned to really the County CARES Act right now. But then I have this additional money I can assign some more expenditures to those two acts. So those are helping me. All those additional expenditures are covered by these grants. So that didn't hurt us detrimentally on the expenditure side. Let's see here. As Dr. Shook mentioned, the STEP was built into our budget. Now, I'll talk a little bit about that STEP here, and hopefully that'll answer some questions. What I proposed to Dr. Shook, it will be a lot of work in November, but I think it's right for our employees. I already talked to my payroll department. We really have to touch every employee probably 3 or 4 times in our systems and then also in VRS. So every employee is gonna have to be touched 5 or 6 times in different systems. It's gonna take a while. We would reflect their new salary, adjusted salary, effective November. It would be prorated over the rest of the year, and the months that they did not get it for this year would be caught up on their November check. So they'd see an increase in their salary and also the catch up for because we're going retroactive. I do want to correct one statement. It's effective as of the start of their new contract. So 12-month employees would be July 1st, 11-month employees would be August 1st, and for 10-month employees, that'd be September 1st. So for a 10-month employee, which is the vast majority of our teachers, September and October would be the catch-up. So I just want to make that clear. That's how we always have done it. It's when the new contract takes place. I heard one question. I want to be clear on this. When we do a cost of living, everybody gets that. When you do a STEP, not everybody gets that. Year 1 employees, there's no STEP. That means this is their first year, there's no STEP. They started, they don't step to year 2. In addition, anybody above our salary scale that's maxed out would not get a STEP. So, board can debate that, look at where we are. There might be other options and stuff for that if you'd like, but I didn't factor any of that in. This is the STEP because that's what was budgeted in. And that's always the case when there's a STEP and no cost of living adjustment. There are some people that are above the scale and there's nowhere else to step and they do not receive an increase. So did that answer that question? Yes, sir.
What percentage of employees would not receive a STEP?
I don't have that in front of me. Thinking back on my spreadsheet, out of about 1,500 employees, 40 to 50 maybe. And that's across a lot of those.
Employees, not 40 to 50%.
What? No, not 40 to 50. 40 to 50 employees.
I'm just
And
clarifying.
I'd say a lot of those are on the transportation side because they max out at step 13, not step 30 like everybody else. I've got other things, but I know this is very important.
So just to clarify, the STEP would be for anyone between year 1 and 30 plus. That's teachers and other support staff.
Yes.
So that's not just a teacher STEP, that's everyone's STEP. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask about the taxes. So as you're catching them back up on steps, how does that work to make sure that we eliminate, not eliminate, but
We can't eliminate, when you give a catch up, it's kind of perceived, kind of like a bonus, but
can it not be done monthly versus lump sum where it puts them in a higher tax bracket? I mean, they should be paid what they would have gotten if they had
to go back and rework the tax tables, I mean, that would add another complexity to figure that out for every employee, because every employee's in a different place. You would actually have to have them alter their W-9. I mean, I can't just do that. They'd have to change up I can't just, are you saying gross it up?
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, whatever they would have received if it was effective on July 1, whatever they would have grossed then is what they should be grossing in November versus.
It'll be very close. This is what I can say. When you look at tax tables and how they work with payroll systems, if the normal salary's here and all of a sudden you get $500 or $600, that extra might be taxed slightly different if they would have gotten it in $200 increments. But those are the tax tables, and we're real close to the end of the year. When you file it, you'll get it all evens out. It would be very difficult to go back, because if you want to do that, I'd have to gross it up, and that's not what I budgeted for. And that's individual taxes. The FICA is the FICA, it's not gonna change. I don't think with the amounts we're talking about, if somebody were to get a bonus of like $10,000 or $20,000, it would be a huge hit. But that's not, you're talking about a 1.32% increase for most employees and teachers, and that's 2 months of that. So it's not gonna be a huge amount that I think will have much of a tax impact. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it'll have that big of an impact.
Dr. Mealy?
I just wanted, as we're going through, and it's certainly not a discussion right now, it really bothers me that 40 or 50 people aren't gonna get something. If there's just some way, as we're moving through all this, we could give those people who are at the top a bonus of some sort. I think it would speak to our value of them. I just hate that they've gone through all the pain and stress that everyone else has, and we get nothing. I understand why. I just would like us to think about that as well.
I would say, if the board would allow, this is programmed to go through if we do it in November, to give me some time to calculate all these things and get ready to start switching everything after the October payroll. I can bring back at the November meeting, I'll use 1%, and you could do any variation of that, what it would cost and how many employees that would impact, and bring that cost back to the board, and you can discuss it at that time.
Are you all okay with that?
And consider that. Okay.
Thank you.
If you wanted to go 1.5 less, you just have the increment of 1 and what that would cost.
Sorry, so I want, while you're bringing those numbers back, and I don't know if this is later in the agenda, the cost of living raises.
That is not in the budget.
I understand, but if it were, and we had dollars that we received, what my question is what is the cost?
Cost of living is, I'll just tell you from when we did the budget, but every year changes because of our employee mixture, but the step increase is a little bit higher because it's above 1%, 1.3, 1.5, and that's about 900 to $1 million. A 1% cost of living is usually around $700,000, $725,000. Just give you that.
Is that what we had talked about? And I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but when we were talking about cost of living, is the 1% what we normally do?
We had a higher number in your preliminary budget.
Yeah, that's what I wanna understand.
We can look it up.
You don't have to have it today, I would like to have those numbers, so when we're making.
I will say this. The money that the county and the state's allotting to us cannot be used for bonuses.
Understand?
So.
But it can be used for other things that we have budgeted, that we could then possibly move to cost of living?
Correct, it's very strict, there's some guidelines in there that give a lot of leeway, but I gotta be very specific, and I'll just say that I spent a lot of time with our auditors this week, and I went down my list on how I wanted to spend this new state money to make sure I was in alignment with the way it's written by Treasury, and that I was okay. Similar to what the county did. The county did the same thing. They spent time with their auditors and said, this is what we're doing, this is what qualifies, and this is where we can bring the money in. So yes, I just want to be careful.
Right. I get it.
On the act.
But as we've heard tonight and we continue to hear, we have competition out there that's looking to take our staff and teachers every chance they get.
Yep.
And so anytime we can be competitive, we definitely want to do that.
And that might be an option with the hold harmless in the future. I would say that would be a supplemental, so there would need to be discussion with the county on
I'm not looking for an
that.
answer tonight, I just want to keep it on the table and make sure staff knows it's important.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Because if we could do that, because accounts are fungible, I mean, right, we could move around money in certain.
We can, I would say with what I'm presenting tonight, I'm showing an ending balance of like 951. There's a lot of year left here. I would wait on that and maybe come back to that. Let's see what happens on the hold harmless.
Right, but if we're caught, like, and we have to spend this money.
Yes.
It's fungible, right? The accounts are fungible.
I worked with our auditors, we can get this money in. The 1.5, okay? So I've got that worked out, I've got a plan for that. So I want the board to feel comfortable that I've checked with our auditors and everything is gonna be done correctly with this grant money. I will say if the hold harmless comes through, that might be a consideration, but with that, we'd have to do a supplemental. And as long as there's discussions with the Board of Supervisors to appropriate that money for what you want to use it for, then it would be okay, but they would have to appropriate that for whatever you want it.
2.25% is what we proposed and you guys adopted in your preliminary on top of the step. I would add that there was money in the state budget to kind of pay a portion of that. I don't remember exactly what that was, and that's been stripped out of the state budget. So I agree with Mr. Hagler. It shouldn't be off the table, but I think it's a few months down the road to look at that seriously, and that's my opinion.
I want to be clear, the money that I'm bringing in for CARES Act is not paying for the step. What I forecasted said we could do it and probably do it without it. So I want to be clear on that. That is not a use of the Federal Act money that I can do. So. I mentioned that we had been awarded, and I put in specifically for that GEAR Act, and we were awarded 241. We're going to have to revise and amend that grant because I'm shifting that money over to this 1.5 million to make sure I can spend it down. So that'll come back in the future for future consideration on what we might want to spend that money for. I know we had a lot of talk about HVACs and things like that. That may be something we want to use it for in the future. We may want to use it for staff. But I think that's down the road, maybe even for next year's budget. I don't think we need to bring any of that in right now and make a decision on that. So that 241 and 1.2 million, the original allocation to us, is not part of this. That money is still on the sidelines, and we have to bring it in either through the budget process next year or a supplemental appropriation at a future date. There were other impacts to our budget which was favorable. And I know I'm always very careful what are things going to cost, but in previous years I've had to make large technical adjustments due to participation in healthcare. I went through and looked at our participation. It was like within $3,000 of what I predicted. Now, not in every bucket, but overall. So I'm happy to report that is not putting undue pressure on our overall budget. In the maintenance department, electrical and like waste is down because we get started right away and we're not using as much water, and that's how you get charged. So there's some favorable things there. The conservative approach I took on expenditures, just to let the board know, is I'm planning on spending our budget line items unless I really know we're not going to. There are some costs that have already come in and I know what the costs are. Our insurance, some things that we've already expended. There are some things like field trips. That's going to come in lighter because we're not doing field trips. But I left money in there because we may do field trips. That's where this gets hard to predict. And so there are some very favorable line items in the expenditures that this might even improve with the amount of savings. But I took a conservative approach. For instance, like fuel, I'm planning on spending it all, but we really haven't started buying a lot yet. So I'm planning to spend all that money, but we may not, so that's yet to be determined. I usually cannot predict that in the first quarter. I do it usually by the mid-year. I can do a better job at that, but I don't know with this year. It's just not a normal year. So with that, very good news overall. If the state hadn't stepped in and we weren't held harmless and the federal money didn't come through, we'd be having a drastically different discussion tonight. And I'm thankful that we're not. So any questions on the I've got some other funds I want to talk about. Any other questions on the expenditures or the overall operating budget? Anybody? Okay. If you turn to the back page, the last page is our other balance sheets. And Mr. Johnson, almost every year it's like, you asked about this and stuff, but I can't predict a nutrition fund right now. We haven't even sought our first reimbursement for the program we're under, which is the summer feeding program, just like Dr. Dewis. And so you can see there's not much money that's come in, but a lot of expenditures. We continue to pay our employees over 12 months, so the expenditures for our staff over July and August are already built in, but we haven't brought any money in for that. I do have a little bit of concern there. On the nutrition fund, we had a very healthy balance, but I think that might dwindle this year due to the participation of people driving up and getting meals. We would get all the money back from the federal, but that's been very low. Whereas during the summer, it was very high, and we actually operated at a profit. I don't know if that's offsetting it right now. In addition, our a la carte sales have really not kicked in, and some of that's lagging behind. And so that was sales money that would usually come in. So we'll have to watch this one and see where they end up and as the year goes on, but it's too hard to predict right now. Hopefully that improves on that side, but I know Karen Arthur's looking at it, watching staff, and working very hard to do all she can to get the sales up and watch costs.
Go ahead. On the nutrition piece, I don't know if you can answer this, but are we advertising to our students to make sure they know without a shadow of a doubt that nutrition is available to them at no charge through December?
I'll defer to Dr. Dewis on that. I'm not sure what communication's gone out.
We've communicated that several times and in several ways. I think your point's a good one, that we continue to do that so that parents know, kids know, if they're either at school or not.
I want to make sure that we do not have kids that are not eating because they think that they have to pay for it. And again, I'm not all about freebie, but the fact is, it's there, it's an option. We need to make sure that we're letting our students and learners know.
It's not only students, anybody in the county. It's a summer feeding program. Anybody that has kids under 18 that drives up will get a meal. But our students, yes.
Yeah.
We'll do all we can on that, but I believe there's been several communications out on that. As soon as the federal government, which delayed a long time in letting us know about this until the last minute, and we had to reshift, that caused the nutrition department a lot of fun right there at the beginning. Our textbook fund, ending balance, $175,000 right now. There will be more state money flowing into that, like I believe another $400,000 to $500,000 by the end of the year. We may need to long-term look at that to build that back up for big adoptions that we may want to do. So that is a future thing we may need to discuss and how we budget for. Our maintenance reserve is in very good health at $1.4 million. There is a carryover balance of about $95,000, somewhere in that range of last year. I'll bring that as a supplemental appropriation once the audit's done, and I would probably bring that as a recommendation that all go to the maintenance reserve fund at a future date. We have split that between our health, self-insured health fund and our maintenance fund, but at $95,000 to split that doesn't make sense to me. And if you look at our self-insured health fund, we are in very good shape with that. Just to give you an idea on the self-insured health fund, run-out claims, typical run-out claims would be about $2 million. But you have a run of about 6 or 7 good years, and then you get hit hard. So every 7th to 8th year, you really get hit hard, and $2 million could go away from this in 1 year. So that's why you build up your reserves in good years, so you don't have to come back with high premium increases in the future to offset those bad years. So I'm pleased that our health fund is doing so well there, and talked to our consultants today, and we'll be working on a revised proposal to bring to start working on budget for next year. So good report tonight. And I'm sorry, I mean, I wanted to hit tonight because I think everybody was anxious. And I preached, be conservative, don't. So tonight I'm saying you can do it, and we'll move forward. If the board is
Thank you for all your hard work.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, any other questions, Mr. Hagler? Dr. Shook, do you have anything else?
No, sir.
Moving on, back to Mr. Hagler. Supplemental appropriations. Now, do you have anything you want to say on these?
I will say I made an amendment to the second one today, based upon that extra 20 million going in. I would say on supplemental 2021-2, I built that in working with the county fiscal director, gave a range, but then kind of said not to exceed 2 million. I think it'll come in under 2 million. If I get the exact number before I go to the Board of Supervisors on October 26th, I will adjust this for the actual amount. And I will explain to the Board of Supervisors on how we're spending both the first one, which was their allotment to us, and the second one that's coming from the state. I'll also explain about the GEAR grant and our other CARES Act and the ADM that might be coming through, because I want to be transparent with them of all the money that's potentially out there, even though it's especially if that ADM hold harmless comes through and is guaranteed, so they know where we stand, so there's no miscommunication about that. So these are before you for action, so I can get, they have to be spent by the end of the year, so I brought them for action right away, so I can get them before the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on the supplemental appropriations for Mr. Ag? Okay, can I have a motion to approve supplemental appropriations 2021-1 and 2021-2?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Kirby, second? Second, Mr. Hill, discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We're approved. Blankenship.
Thank you, sir. Earlier this year, the board requested staff to develop some elementary redistricting options. The idea was to relieve some of the capacity stress in some of our elementary schools and to try to balance the enrollment in the county. We got together on a couple of occasions, pulled out the maps, pulled up the county GIS program, and looked at the current school zones to see if we could possibly shift student enrollment out of some of the high utilization schools, high utilization rate schools, and create some space for future growth. There are some schools listed here as high utilization schools: Forest Elementary School, New London, and Otter River. In those areas, we're seeing planned housing developments that are already have started, and over the next 10 years will probably bring us more students than some of these schools may be able to hold. So creating that additional space for learners in these school zones was a priority. We also looked at the whole county in terms of what this would do, and we have a chart listed there for you. And I want to say, first of all, the note at the bottom of the chart is important because we used membership projections that were done presented to you, I think, last December, and for this school year. And the configurations there were, in the schools, were K-5 and 6 through 8 and 9 through 12, and Bedford Primary was K-1. That was the most accurate information we had. Obviously now we have different configurations in our schools, which it was hard to look at a current snapshot. So these numbers are based on the students who were there last school year. So when we're talking about removing 45 and adding 11 here and there, that was last year's numbers, okay? So you gotta understand that that's the best we would do at that point in time. So when we're talking about student numbers, those will probably change before this plan if it was ever put into place. So these are approximate numbers. You can see there that we are creating some space through this in some of the schools who need the space where these high growth numbers are projected. And we are adding some students into Bedford Elementary, Bedford Primary, and trying to do a better job of balancing the student loads throughout the county. This was our first attempt. We included our transportation department, try to make sure that we weren't stretching the buses too far and making these ride times overly long. We also, have talked with the county GIS system to possibly assist us in the future with getting maps drawn up or whatever we need to do. So we'll open it up now for questions. Dr. Dewis and myself are both working on this, so if you have any questions, we'd be glad to try to answer them.
Mr. Hill? And I apologize for not calling beforehand. I would normally do that. So a couple things. Information that I was expecting that I had specifically asked for was the bus ride averages increase for students from one school to another. Do you have that you can share, or can you send that to us? And I wanna make sure it's public because, and I know we're not making decisions on these things tonight, but as we start talking about, it might only sound like 11, but those 11 students are someone's child. And so they need to understand how does it affect them. So I do want that information. Do you have it tonight?
We don't have that tonight.
Okay.
Certainly though, with the board's direction in any of this, we can develop.
So board's direction, or do I just need to call you and ask for it separately? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, you know, that, the numbers, the length of bus ride would determine, you know, would be determined by, where the houses are that would be shifted, of course.
Right.
And, so if the board wanted to go beyond just this surface level view and get specific about, identifying neighborhoods or streets or roads, we certainly then would definitely be developing, you know, the bus capacity to address that.
Go ahead. Yeah, I've got several questions,
Go ahead.
sorry. Okay, so the bus ride averages are one thing. The second thing would be miles traveled. So it's different for a child that rides the bus as far as times. So I'm looking for times. What are the average times that it takes? The other thing I'm looking for is traveled miles. So if I'm a parent that normally takes my kid to school and I drop them off at Forest Elementary and now I'm having to drive them to Otter River, what's the difference in miles? So I think that's important for us as a board to understand, but also for parents to understand what's the impact on them. The other thing is, I know this is regarding elementary, but for these children that we're moving, how does that affect middle and high school? And let me say, I understand that middle and high school are open, so they can go wherever they want to at this point. But if I'm taking 11 kids that are in Otter River zone now who may be going to the Forest zone, and we're shifting that 11 students to now say Bedford Primary, does their middle and high school now become Liberty Middle, Liberty High? Or are those questions that we would have to
I
answer?
would think that would be questions that the board would want to discuss and answer in the future. Obviously, if you're moving them, previously we had some facility guidelines of maintaining contiguous feeder patterns in the schools, and if we did move these students into Bedford Primary, Bedford Elementary, or Big Island, the normal progression would be through Liberty Middle and Liberty High School.
Okay.
Now, you did mention that with the addition to Forest Middle School, there is an opening now for zone transfers, and Jefferson Forest High School, so that would be an option at this point.
So in addition to the information, I think it's important for us to understand if we make these changes now, what are the predictions in 5 years and 10 years, you know, for us making these moves? One of the other things that I would like to know too, and this is definitely for further down the road, but as far as I see, we're only adding 11 students to Bedford Primary. And so was the reason for that because of the distance having to be traveled to not primary, but to elementary after they go to those 2nd through 5 grades? I guess my question is how did you determine what we could or could not send to Bedford Primary?
Well, of that group of students we were sending from Otter River to Bedford Primary, that was just the number that was in that kindergarten and 1st grade level.
Okay.
So we just took that group of students that were in that zone or that area that we were moving, and we, looked at that group, and those were the numbers that were in K and 1st grade. The rest of them were 2nd through 5th grade.
All right, so maybe I should take a couple steps back and ask this question. How did you determine or identify what students you were going to move where?
Okay.
What was the criteria?
Well, we looked at the maps in the school zones and tried to determine the areas that would or could possibly go, that were closer to the schools that they were moving to, that the bus rides would not be terribly long. And we did not come up with bus ride times at that, this was just a overview of what looks like could be working. And then we basically counted up all the students on those roads and on those areas, and we said, this is how many we have that we could possibly move into these schools.
Okay.
And on that Bedford, like I said, we just split those because there's the one zone where we have the primary and the elementary, so we had to split those out.
Okay, so I guess if we looked at other distances, and again, I don't have those numbers, so I want to understand them. If we were to change Bedford Primary to an elementary school and leave Bedford Elementary as an elementary school, does that give us a bigger opportunity to send more students to Bedford Primary that would be an elementary because it's a shorter distance? Versus, what I'm trying to get at is if Bedford Elementary is part of the calculation of making those bus rides shorter, does it help as far as mileage within those two elementary schools? And again, you don't have to if you haven't looked at it, those are questions that I have.
We haven't really looked at it. Those schools are not terribly far apart.
Okay.
But we haven't looked at that.
Okay.
I will say though, just to follow up on some of the past information that we've looked at, some of these areas have been mentioned in past redistricting plans. And in some cases, the mileage and the times of rides are shorter when we redistrict them. Some of these areas that are currently going to, say, Forest Elementary and to Otter River might be a little either less or about the same if they went to other schools.
Okay.
So the Otter River zone is a fairly large zone, and we currently have that zone split with going to different middle schools.
Right. All right, last question I have for now. With these changes and moving students out of the forest zone, does that eliminate the need for a new elementary school in the next 5 or 10 years?
You want to answer that?
Well, I think we need to see, the speed at which those developments get finished, or started or finished, depending on where they are in the process. As you can see on the revised utilization figures, however, you can see then that the school, even with the highest utilization would be Thomas Jefferson at 89%. That's a little bit more of a landlocked school zone at this point without many of the developments coming. They've already come, in that small zone that school has. But after that, we're getting to the low 80s, 83 and 82%. So, there's room there.
I just want to make sure
certainly some time.
I want to make sure we've got that vision because we've heard the Board of Supervisors say, you got to get this on the list. You got to let us know what's going on if you're going to need that.
I would say it buys us some time in terms
I
of
agree,
building on the existing schools or possibly building a whole new school. The other thing I would say is, and this policy's coming up next, but is to continue limiting the zone transfers into these schools that are closed. Because that has helped over the years, and I know with some of these elementaries, when we limit that to outside request, it does draw the numbers down. It takes time to do that, but I would definitely recommend doing that in the future.
Yes, I want to say I agree with a lot of the questions that Mr. Hill asked, and I appreciate all of the work that people have done. And I do agree with Mr. Hill when he says, those 11 kids are somebody's child. I would definitely feel that way myself. But I'm just going to say this is my opinion. Doesn't have to be y'all's opinion. I just think we have, and our parents and our students have so much on their plate right now that this is just, I think this could, I'm not sure we need to deal with this right now. Certainly we might do some preliminary work, but I think our community may not be able to do this on top of everything else. You know, I just think it's not time.
I agree with you at this point. Things, you know, like I said, the world hit the skids back last March.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Things changed significantly last March. And, you know, that's impacted, I appreciate what Mr. Blankenship has done. But to your point, yeah, I think that that's something that once things start to calm down a little bit, is something that we can come back and revisit. Dr. Hicks.
I think that we ought to table this because we don't really know what our school population is gonna look like if and when this pandemic is over. If we go back to normal, considering normal is 55 on the bus and 25 in the classroom, we don't know if we'll get that back next year or not, and we don't know whether the people who are doing virtual instruction now want to come back.
And that's what I was going to add, Dr. Hicks. We need to add that as a school. Because I think that's something we need to consider that stays as a school for options for parents.
So yeah, I mean,
I just wanted to echo and just what Dr. Hicks has just said. I mean, I think in this time of COVID, we have no idea. We want it over and done with, but we have no idea going forward how long this is gonna be. These numbers are so questionable in terms of what the future holds. So yes, I just agree with you wholeheartedly.
no, I'm on board with that. I mean, like I said, things just changed, and but having said that, this is something that once the world begins to return to normal, you know, needs to stay on our radar screen.
Agreed.
Just because of, you know, the growth in that, specifically in the eastern end of the county.
And I agree with the sentiment here, and of course, we wanted to honor what you all had asked us to do. My thought, and what we've talked about, and I've talked to some of you about this, is even thinking about implementing any of this for 21, 22 makes no sense. So in my mind, it's a 22, 23 at the earliest, and I'm not just saying that because I won't be around to see it. I wish you all very well with it, but I think to Dr. Mealy's points and others, everyone's really stressed right now, and so, I mean, I would ask Mr. Blankenship, give him 6 months or a year, ask him to bring this back whenever things seem to settle down. It's still, the work is all there, but to his point, in a couple of years, there's gonna be some variation in these numbers based on where these kids move, but I just think he needs some direction on where he goes from here with this in the short and the long term.
Well, I mean, don't put it on front burner. I mean, basically, you know, keep what you got in your back pocket, but to everyone's point here, I think things need to settle down a little bit more before you put any more work into it, just because you need to have some real numbers to work with, and right now you don't have that.
Yeah, I just want to ensure the board that we are tracking the new growth in the county. We get pretty much a monthly update on new builds and things from the county. We have, you know, we've been out, we've studied the new developments, and we find new ones every time, just about. So we are keeping up with that, and when the time comes, we'll be ready to talk about it if so directed.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. 10.02, policy JCD.
This policy came up in July and August, and the board decided that this would be an appropriate time to talk about this policy. And over those two periods, it was mentioned the possibility of including a sibling exception to the zone transfer policy. We did look into, I mentioned earlier that we had some schools that were closed to zone transfers. And the issue becomes, and I'll use Otter River as an example, that school was closed, I think, 2 years ago to zone transfers. And we had some students in that school who were granted zone transfers. Well, they had younger siblings. And now when those younger siblings came along this past year to begin kindergarten, the school was closed. So families were given a choice. You could have your students in two different schools, or you could possibly remove your older child and take them back to their base school if you wanted them all in one school, both your children in one school. So I think we had 4 over this past year that were in that situation. And every time we kind of reopen a school and then close it again, we could possibly have that situation again. So I think the suggestion would be to add a bullet under the universal considerations. The wording we have not come up with. We're hoping that you guys would discuss and maybe give us some ideas on that if you wanted to change the policy. That is really the only thing in the policy that we had to discuss. If there are other things, such as timelines or anything that you want to discuss, we can certainly do that.
So you're proposing that, or suggesting that we possibly could add a sibling exemption, is that what you're saying?
I believe that was the suggestion at previous times.
Okay.
I have a suggestion for a third bullet. Siblings of students currently enrolled in a school that's closed to out-of-zone transfers, but is at less at 100% capacity.
Yeah, I agree, because I don't think, I think siblings should attend, but I don't think they should attend if we have to hire another teacher in order to do that. You know, you don't wanna have to pay another teacher to come, so, but I do agree that they should be.
So is everybody good with that language?
Yeah.
But we don't use 100%. When do we close a school?
Well, the policy says exceed the threshold for capacity, and that number has moved around a little bit, because I think when we first put this policy in place, we were looking at like 95% capacity or higher, and that has moved around a little bit because some of it is because of the new development in these areas, like Otter River, for example. They may be at 88 or 89% right now, but we know that there's housing coming, so that possibly would be one we consider closing. So I think when you look at it, most of these are at, I think, 88 or higher that are closed to zone transfers.
So would you say that it would be reasonable to, rather than 100% at established capacity would be a better threshold? Go ahead.
Well, we're only talking about those students who have younger siblings who are already in that school that has closed enrollment. So the capacity threshold, I think, should be a bit higher than the threshold that we use for other students.
I would agree with that. I do kind of like the idea of the 100% capacity, because when you get over 100% capacity, you're very crowded in a school. I mean, at that point, I don't know if there's anything we can do for these younger siblings. But when they're at 88, 89, 92%, one more student is probably not going to, affect that school that much. Now, I will say that in terms of hiring new teachers, the window from March 1st to July 1st kind of allows us to plan for caseloads. So keeping that deadline of July 1st, all these should be approved within that timeline. We should be able to, plan for that. So we shouldn't have a bunch of siblings coming in August when we have to hire a new teacher. So I think that would probably address that.
So you're okay with the 100% language?
I think that's fine.
Could you repeat that?
If you want to have that number in there.
Siblings of students currently enrolled in a school that is closed to out-of-zone transfers, but is at less than 100% capacity.
Is everyone good with that?
Yes.
Jason?
Yeah, just quick question. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just curious if we have like a ballpark figure of roughly how many kids that might impact if we allowed younger siblings like that.
You mean in future years, or?
Well, just kind of based on historical trends.
Well, it was 4 this year. I think we're talking.
Okay.
And 4 who applied.
Yeah.
What we don't know is those who read the policy and said, oh, I'm not going to apply because that's not the rule, that's the rule and so it could be more.
So we're not necessarily talking about 20, 30.
But I don't think it's gonna be more than, and we're only talking in the schools that are closed, so obviously these other, that's 5 schools closed right now to zone transfers in terms of, well, there were, before the, before the plan went into effect where we reconfigured grade levels, so.
If I could, Mr. Leamy, I think, and again, we don't have to vote tonight, I think he's just trying to get.
No, what I'm
as
saying,
long as we get it.
what I'm
but-
trying to do is nail down language.
Yes, what I would say is.
Bullet 3 in there, bring it back
Yes,
next month for action.
Which is 2 things. First of all, the designation of closed is ultimately the board's decision. Mr. Blankenship brings recommendations in his forecast, which would probably be December, you think, of this year?
Yes, sir.
And it'll say the percentages. So you all have one opportunity to say, you said 85, but we think you should open that one at 85. And that's historically been your practice. But the other thing I would add that the policy state is if we're gonna use this 100% language, that it be anchored to that forecast. Because to ask for a point in time for him to do that, or to do that with a principal, could be very much challenged one way or the other by a decision maker or by a parent. And so I just think, and to Dr. Dewis's point, whatever that decision is, if the policy says it, when his forecast leaves and you guys bless it, everyone should know, these are the ones that are closed to everybody, and these are the ones that may be in that window between closed to most people, but still open to siblings, and here's the ones that no one gets in.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
not really, but
Okay, sorry.
that's okay.
Clear as mud. I apologize.
I think everyone here is on the same page on, we want to make sure siblings stay together. Is everyone on the same page? So all we need to do is figure out what bullet 3 needs to say, what that threshold is. So that's why I'm asking for input from you all, because you guys do this. Okay, so any recommendations or suggestions to tweak, Dr. Hicks's suggested bullet, throw it out there.
I think we can work on that and publish that, in advance of the next meeting and use that as a baseline. If we think of any other factors as we consider it, we'll certainly raise those.
I will say that it is difficult dealing with, or working with a family who has an older sibling there and they are told they can't bring a younger child with them.
I don't blame them. Really.
I understand that we are pressed for space in some of these schools, but I could go either way with the 100% capacity stipulation or just a blanket siblings of students who are there on a zone transfer are admitted to that school.
Well,
I don't think
it's good because we would close that school before it got, stupid over capacity, correct?
We should, yes.
So basically, the language you just used would, I think that would work. Because that way you're leaving it open, because we're not gonna let it get to 120% or 100 and.
I think since we've been doing this over the last 10 or 11 years, I think we have looked ahead and closed schools before they got to that. When we first figured out the utilization or capacity numbers, we did have some schools, and it was a lot of it was due to zone transfers that were way over capacity because there were no regulations on zone transfers. They were just coming in, and we had, in some cases, large amounts of out-of-zone students at the school. Since we've been doing this, I think you're right. We basically have managed it to where we don't get to 100%. So we should be able to fit the small number of siblings in that we're talking about.
Okay, could you repeat what the language you? This, I'm not trying to play games or anything. I'm old and I can't remember stuff.
I like what Dr. Hicks said without the 100% capacity. So
just drop the 100%?
If that pleases the board.
Is that good?
If that's not gonna cause overcrowding.
Well, that's what we're talking about. They hit they close it before it gets,
100%.
yeah, ridiculously overcrowded.
Well,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chairman, I think having that percentage in there makes it more definitive and gives us a solid number in which to operate on. I would want to see 100% in there. I think it just provides a more clear, just definition there and regulations for us to follow.
Okay.
Does the administrator of the school have any say?
The way-
Central office is the one that shuts, that,
No, I'm
we
saying
close,
if there is a percentage that we've added and they have a sibling there, does the principal have any say of yes, we can or no, we can't? Or is it just, this is the number and I'm sorry that you're now gonna have 25 students in that class, but it is what it is?
Well, there's two different things to that. I mean, the way they allocate their staff is up to the principal, but they should have these numbers in July or
Right.
by middle of July, so they could plan for how many students are in a class.
Normally.
Well,
I may have a homeschool kid in 3rd grade, then their older sibling is, or 1st grade, and their older sibling's at 3rd, and I decide in August, I'm sending them to school. So I hear what you're saying as far as the numbers, but we need to make sure we cover for everything. So when that student comes in and the administrator, do they have any options, or do they have to say, yep, I gotta take
Once it's past the deadline, once it's past the July 1 deadline, they're automatically denied. And they can appeal that, and that appeal comes to us. Now, what Dr. Shook was referring to is when we put out the enrollment projections, which would be this December, we'll have a capacity or utilization number there. And if that school is at 100%, then if we put this policy in place, no siblings will be allowed in that. Any other school that was below 100%, sibling universal consideration would come into play and they would be granted admission. The principals are the first people that see these requests. So they would be informed that, hey, your school is at 100%, you can't let anybody else in, or your school is closed, and then here's the list of universal considerations for you to use in considering this zone transfer. Is the student an employee's child? Has the student been in your school and moved out of zone? And then if we added it, it would be, are they a sibling of a student that's older and that's already there on the zone transfer? So that would be the way the principals would consider those first requests for enrollment.
And
Principals do have the opportunity on the form to comment on the size of a grade level or a particular class, and raise that issue when this is all being approved. So it's part of the mix and the discussion.
Yeah, to your point, Mr. Hill, if a school is not closed to zone transfers, a principal can still deny the zone transfer based on what Dr. Dudas is saying. If he felt like, I think Mr. Johnson said it earlier, if that child would make us have to hire another teacher, that kind of obligates the district. I think what we're talking about here is if they were the sibling of someone that was already in there, the principal would not have that discretion. They would have to admit, just like they do for an employee's child or for the child that's already been there. And so I think we can do this. What I would point out, kind of 30,000 foot level, is the stricter your zone transfer policy is, the less friendly it is to families, as we've all kind of said, families individually. But also the quicker it'll drive you to a redistricting scenario. Because the less restrictive a zone transfer policy is, the more those percentages on that chart he showed you in the last item will start to creep up. And then people could say, in a critical way, well, now you're making us redistrict because you let all those kids that don't even live in the current zone in. And so it's finding that proper balance. I think, have you guys heard enough to craft for next time? I mean, I think, is the board consented to the 100% piece?
I'm okay with that. I mean,
I just want to say, I think we need to be very careful with the precedent that we're setting, because if we're neighbors, and you have an older kid, and you get to send your kid to that school, but yet you tell me no, I think that causes some issues with our families. But if that's the way the board votes, then so be it, but I just think it causes issues. If you allow one in and I go in right behind them and you say, nope, sorry, you don't have any siblings here, what? So, but the policy is the policy, and if that's the way you guys vote.
Yeah, policy is the policy.
Ms. Kirby, do you have something?
Is my thinking correct though, that when we're talking these capacity numbers, and again, my thinking might be way off, but this is not including the Head Start numbers, correct?
That's correct.
So you're potentially talking how many more children per school, so you're already, these capacity numbers are already under level of what?
Well, some schools, yes, and some schools no. Some schools do not have a pre-K program in the building. So, like Forest Elementary does not have pre-K in the building, so those numbers are, what they have. But for primary and some of those others that have pre-K and Head Start programs in there.
So, but if we're implementing something countywide, then we need to take in all county schools as a whole and not just the few that we're, okay. Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Johnson, do you have something?
Yeah, I think
You had that look.
I did, yes. Ms. Kirby jarred my thinking process on this. So if that's the case, would it be prudent to maybe look at a number slightly under 100% just to
I would
allow
think so.
for a few extra bodies that might be
I
there?
would really think so.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
How about 95?
How about 90?
90 is a good number. 90 is a good number.
92 tight? I'm asking your opinion.
Look,
If we look back at the chart from last December, 90 is gonna be around the level where a lot of those schools were anyway, that we closed. So there's not that much differential at 90. 95 gives a little more differential, 100 of course does. So if we want to band, 90 is not gonna give us a whole lot of band there, except for in a couple of schools that were in the high 80s.
That's a good point.
So
95?
95?
95.
can I ask you a
Yes.
question? And I know what we just said about capacities here and the pre-K not being taken, or Head Start not being taken into account. And we're talking 100% capacity. How do these capacity numbers align with the fire codes? I mean, what is the capacity by fire code? Are we counting that into these capacity numbers?
I think the fire code, may deal with numbers of people in specific rooms, and that has to do with the number of doors and the amount of egress and the width of the hallways and a lot of factors about the facility. I don't think we have any concerns about that factor in the capacity numbers.
In my experience, Ms. Kirby, the fire code capacities are much higher and more generous than what architects develop for like our common use of them.
And it's per room.
So 95?
95.
95.
So,
See you next week. Okay, let's slide on back up to 3.04, school activity audit, Mr. Hagler, once again.
Yes, each year we have a school activity audit that's done on all the activity accounts for each school. Brown Edwards was our auditors that performed that audit. Happy to say that all of our schools did a great job. We switched over to Brown Edwards about 2 years ago. So our bookkeepers are adapting to how they conduct their audit and what they're looking for. They did give a qualified opinion, and if you're an accountant or auditor, you're going, what does that mean? You usually want an unqualified, meaning it's clear and no issues. The qualification on the school activity audits are due to several reasons. Bookkeepers are out there both collecting and paying, and usually that's a separation of duty that you want to maintain in an accounting circle. But there's limited staff, so they do both of those. So that's one kind of control weakness that they identified, but that's really in existence in almost all school districts that I know. The other one is that you have teachers and other people collecting funds and turning it into bookkeepers. So it's a decentralized collection of cash, and there's nothing you can do about that either. So those are the two things. I think it'll always be a qualified opinion in regards to that. They even make note of that. There was one item that they've been wanting me to make a change on. I'll go make that change this year when I have my next bookkeeper meeting. Typically, when a check's made out to an administrator at the building, a check takes two signatures, bookkeeper and the principal. So when the check's made out to the principal, I've always allowed the principal to sign as a second signer on that because the backup has their superior's authorization to make that expenditure. So to require a separate signature on the check is kind of like redundant. But they keep writing me up about that, so I'm gonna make that change and say if the check's made out to the principal, even though the backup says that's authorized, we'll have to get a separate signature, which usually requires some bookkeepers to bring it up to here, the central office, and get Julia Patterson, the head bookkeeper here, to sign off on that. But I'll eliminate that as a audit finding in the future and just make that change. But I don't think it was significant enough to cause any control issues there. So very pleased with the report and how well our bookkeepers are managing the funds. We did put other things in place years ago after I got here, and one is that we do all the bank reconciliations at the central office. The bookkeepers don't do that. That would have been an added control issue if they're all doing their own bank recs. So I think we have things to mitigate any kind of those types of controls issues by looking at the bank recs and looking at the statements each and every month. So there's several things included in the school activity audit. If you have any questions or if you read through that, please feel free to contact me. And all the schools' accounts are there so you can see what their fund balances are.
I just had a quick question about the two signature thing. Is there an amount threshold about,
No, we require.
$500, we require two signatures?
We require it on every check.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it. Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. I believe either late last year or early this year, we introduced I believe it's school cash program.
We launched it in March.
March feels like a year ago by now.
Perfect timing.
Did that, has that helped to potentially ease some of the auditors' concerns about multiple hands collecting funds?
I think long-term, our goal is to get that people paying online to 80-90% at all the schools. Like I said, we launched and then this happened. So everything stopped. Our bookkeepers are very excited about it. For instance, all the field trips that people had paid for ahead of time, they had to write checks back to everybody. With this system, you say refund and it electronically goes back. No checks. So it really simplifies things. Teachers don't have to collect it in bags and envelopes and count it. It's all done online. And the bookkeeper's watching that. All they have to do is print out something, give it to the teacher, and they say, here's who hasn't paid. And so it not only saves our bookkeepers, it saves our administration, it saves our teachers' time, and it is going to be a great thing going forward. We just have to market it, get people used to it, and now people don't want to touch money as much, so it's just the right thing to do. So I can't tell you how well it's doing because we don't have a lot of stuff online right now that we're collecting charges for. But my bookkeepers have been learning it and working on it during the summer. So yes, I think it'll be a great thing.
So down the road, the auditors might feel slightly differently if we're collecting it centrally and electronically like that.
You're still accounting for some coming in.
Okay.
You're accounting for the electronic version coming in. You're also writing checks. Usually try to keep that between two people. It's just in smaller schools where the bookkeepers are, it's near impossible. But with two signatures required and the principal looking at every check going out mitigates that any fraud could be happening with that. And that's how I train the principals to really watch the checks before you put your signature on there. So I think there's mitigation things and things that are low risk there.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Adler. 4.01 fiscal year 2022 budget calendar, Mr. Adler.
You ready to do the budget again?
No.
Before you is the budget calendar for next year. Once again, it's in alignment with a shorter session. Though after this last few months, I don't know if it'll be short next year. But typically, I'll have worksheets around the 10th of February from the state. and that gives me time to kind of plug that number in and for Dr. Shook proposed budget. So we've got this in alignment, so we can get the information over to the county, and we've left it the same as kind of we've had for the last few years. Where Dr. Shook will make his proposal, give the board time, come back to another work session to work through any questions, make any changes, and then to vote on that budget if that's appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I just have a couple of requests. Under November 12th through December 11th, it says meetings with individual school board members. I think that's fine if individual school board members would like to do that, but I would like to recommend that we also have that as a discussion at a meeting. I think it needs to be open and transparent to the public concerning what my priorities are and what, Mr. Johnson's are and what Ms. Kirby's are. So I would like to see us add that.
So you're suggesting just add,
Work session.
an agenda, no, not even that, just an agenda item?
Yes, I just think we all need to talk about what's
Start
important.
on one end and say, these are my budget priorities, here's what I'd
Yeah.
like to have, and do it so that we get to see what the other board.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
we
I think there too, depending on what our finances look like, I'm just gonna use Ms. Harrison, and I've been working toward behavioral intervention. So suppose we have that, and then Mr. Johnson wants tennis courts, and somebody else wants, I don't know, new signs or something. We might say, well, tennis courts and the signs probably aren't as wonderful a priority as the others.
I think I would see it more as an opportunity for, rather than turning it into a discussion at that particular point. Just giving everybody the opportunity to publicly say, hey, these are what my budget priorities are. And
Don't you do that when you vote for the budget?
Well, then it's all voted
Adding
for
time
and
to
you
a
can.
meeting.
I think it's important that everyone have the opportunity to publicly say, this is what is important to me from a budget standpoint.
I get it, but don't you do that during the budget discussion when the budget's brought to you and you talk about it?
But if we do it early enough, it helps with the drafting of the budget that we're gonna be looking at. Yes?
Well, it does and it doesn't, and I don't think any of you were on the board when we changed our process 8 or 9 years ago to this one using an outside consultant. In fact, then we would have 12 to 15 budget work sessions a year, starting really this time of year. And what I would say is, to Mrs. Kirby's point, it depends on how much you value my proposal as being somewhat an independent proposal out of the gate, collecting information from various sources as we try to do. Traditionally, that's how it works. The superintendent presents a budget, and then the board takes it from there. And I think that's what Mr. Hill was trying to say.
Okay, well,
We offered the individual.
why are you proposing to meet with individual school board members for budget input when we can do that? Because we can do that, when we have the opportunity to do that publicly. Give everybody 3 minutes to say, this is what I want,
Oh,
this is
I'm not
what's
disagreeing with
important
it, I'm just giving you the history. If you all wish to do that, I think it's fine. It's just Mrs. Kirby said, there's a difference, and that's why I said it's good the way you're describing it instead of a work session. It changes if the board starts discussing and develop a consensus around, I agree with her and I agree with him and.
No, I think I clearly stated that it would not be a discussion, it would just be a.
So which meeting do you guys want that to be on? Just so Mr. Hagler can update this, because he was gonna ask you to vote on this calendar next month.
Well, I mean, it doesn't need to be part of the calendar, it just needs to be added as an agenda item.
Put it on the December agenda?
December? Yeah, that's what I was just asking, at which month, Mr. Lane?
I mean, I don't see it needing to be scheduled. I don't see why we just can't say, okay, let's put it on the December agenda. If you want to, limit it to 3 minutes. I mean, I don't know if I'll be at that meeting, I hope so. But, we can time limit each member. So you got 3 minutes, clock's running. What's important to you? Next. So let's do that.
Well, I think, could we also have a little bit of time in there for possible open discussion as well? Because if Dr. Mealy was to say something that I never even thought of, but my 3 minutes had already passed, then my priorities may change once I hear everybody else's.
I agree.
Does that make sense?
So what are you proposing?
So if everybody can present their own, But then also
If they
have
wanna-
us, you have some time for us to discuss too at the end, because like I said, Mr. Hill may come up with something that I think is absolutely wonderful that I'd never heard of before that we should budget in there and try, and I may want to change my priorities.
Okay, well, rather than turn it into a discussion, which is, that's gonna, to Mr. Hill's point, that's gonna lengthen the meeting, why don't we just go around once, say this is what's important to me, go back around a second time and just say, you know what? I heard something that
Okay.
changed my mind.
I mean, just as long as we have a chance.
I'm just trying to keep it.
Just as long as we can have some feedback too, after once we've heard everybody else.
That's fine,
I don't wanna eliminate that part of it.
okay, but I think we need to be very, very careful at that point, because we don't even have a budget. This is
I know,
just,
but I'm saying though, if, okay,
no, go back around a second time.
yeah, go back, just so we can say, okay, yeah, this is, oh, well, wait a minute. Mr. Johnson had a wonderful idea of, and so I would agree with him, so I'd have a chance to change my mind.
I just think, I think at that early point, we just need to be very careful about turning it into a discussing a budget that we don't have yet. Does that make sense?
I understand. Also, well, I wanna make clear of what we, as a board, would present as priorities for the upcoming budget. So that's my point.
So can we add that for the December meeting?
So that will eliminate the discussion that we have to have when it comes around to budget.
No.
So we're gonna talk about it twice.
We're going to, as part of the development of the budget, we will be providing input publicly to the superintendent.
Okay.
Then we will go back and, once he formulates his initial budget, we will go back and discuss it through the regular process.
I have,
It'll eliminate your personal meeting.
the other thing I'm just suggesting too is that, we set a second, work session. We don't have to use it, but I think it's important to have
Let's-
it there in case we need it.
Let's hold off on that. We've done that before where we said, okay, we need another work session rather than go and throw something on the books. Because we can do that now and we don't know how that's gonna impact people's calendars until.
Okay. And the other thing, I would like us to have some sort of discussion regarding, the development of a CIP that's, more useful than the one we have now. So I can put that on the agenda as an agenda item.
Well, we don't discuss that as part of the budget.
We don't, it's a separate process and
Yeah.
Dr. Dewis is gonna be bringing some of that back in the next few months. Yeah.
So yes, that's separate from the, CIP is separate from the,
Well, I get they're separate, but I
Budget.
think they meld together because that's gonna drive what we decide to do with some money. I just want us to have, the CIP clearly we have now is not working well. It doesn't have good numbers, and I just wanna see us develop one that does. That's my whole thing. I think we need a CIP that becomes a living, breathing document that's reviewed each year prior to the budget or during the budget process.
okay, that's fine. Right now, we're talking about the budget calendar, and they're two unrelated items. So, has everybody had the opportunity to look at the budget calendar? Is everyone okay with it?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just to clarify, so the individual meetings would still be a part of the calendar. We could
Yeah.
avail ourselves of those if we chose.
Absolutely.
But we would just also have a group
Yeah.
show and tell.
I think it's important that everyone, because it's done in a vacuum, if you go you meet with the superintendent directly, whereas if we all sit around the table and say, hey, this is important to me, we kind of know where each one of us stands on things. And I think that, the way that we have been doing it, again, it's more of a, this is what I want to do, and it's in a vacuum, and it's not transparent to the other board members.
To your question, Mr. Johnson, I think I had mentioned, the other reason why the individual meetings are sometimes helpful is oftentimes you're not just coming to us with suggestions, you're coming to us with a lot of questions. And there are ones that you may not wish to ask in front.
I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that
Oh, no,
these
no, I'm
meetings
just making a pitch for it with
don't occur.
everyone to do both. I think doing
Yes.
both would be great, for those that have the time and the interest.
I will go ahead and add that that the board's gonna have that discussion on the December meeting, just so the public knows that's
Okay.
part of the development.
Got it.
So I'll amend that before we post it online.
All right. Anything else on the budget calendar? Ms. Sexton?
I have a great pre-bedtime topic.
I'm sorry, what you got?
Fantastic.
In, which is not very good. Okay. I'm presenting 12 policies that are up for information. They can be found under the draft section, under the policies drop-down menu in Word docs. All of those reflect updates to code or policy changes as recommended by the Virginia School Board Association. So all of that language and all those policies came from them, so none of it's new from our staff. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them or direct you to staff that have expertise in those areas of policy.
Mr. Hill? Yeah, so, policy LBD, home instruction, it allows for homeschool students to participate in JROTC. Is it just for JROTC, or does that include sports and anything else that's available to students?
The policy only stated JROTC, so I don't think it includes anything else.
Okay. So just a question, if we're looking at that policy, when it comes back to us for discussion, can we add things to it? Or are we just simply saying yes or no to the recommendation that's being presented?
Well, I'm bringing the recommendation from the VSBA. You're always welcome to add other things to it like our staff does and brings it to you for approval.
Okay.
I assume that's the way it works.
I think we want Tony to.
How does,
I would be happy to address the JROTC is a special situation because of government funding for that program. Some divisions do not allow homeschool students to take courses. We are not in there. We have a policy that allows homeschool students to take one course that's core and one elective. This policy, really what it does is says that if your policy was that no homeschool students can take a course, you have to allow them to take JROTC because of the federal dollars connected to that program. And if you had the policy, which was a VSBA policy, which we still have for all other programs, that you cannot require them to take one additional course. It's only subject to JROTC. Now, as I said, school boards could have a policy that doesn't require students to take another course for homeschool, and they could just take an elective and so forth. But we've gone with that as the VSBA. But as I said, this policy only addresses ROTC because of the federal money that supports that program.
okay.
Other questions for Ms. Sexton? Okay. 11.01 matters from the board. Mr. Hill?
The only thing I'll just say, thank you, we've said it 100 times tonight, to staff, teachers, administrators, for everything that you've done. We're gonna hit bumps, it's a new territory, but I've always said that if you're not failing, you're not learning. And so you wanna hit bumps, so you know what to do differently going forward. So, we all have opinions on certain things, but that does not take away from the fact that I appreciate everything that you are doing. We have a difficult role, and sometimes that affects other people and things that you're doing day to day and students and so forth. But I think overall, as a school system, we are doing what's right for our learners, and I really appreciate it.
Ms. Harrison?
Yes, I want to just take a moment to congratulate our high schools for their recent recognition for the Youth Virginia Traffic Safety Club, that award. So I think it's really a great recognition for all three high schools, and it certainly is a great program. And also I want to echo the same sentiments that Mr. Hill has regarding the staff. Sincerely, I am so appreciative of each of you and your time and your work and your commitment to our division and our students. And also a very thank you to the teachers out there who certainly have just given a great deal and continue to for their commitment and helping the students during this very challenging time. And so just kudos to everyone for all of your hard work.
As usual, I want to echo what Mr. Hill and what Ms. Harrison said. And thank everyone for going above and beyond, making this school year work. And I also want to extend my thank you to the families and the students for being flexible and trying to help us make it through.
I don't have anything except thank you to everybody for everything you've done so far this year.
Ms. Johnson?
Me too. Also, the Roanoke Valley Governor's School Advisory Board met on Monday. Have a few updates out of that. About a month into the school year, RVGS is still maintaining a roughly 99% attendance rate. Again, though, with a combination of live instruction, real-time instruction, I should say, virtually and in person, and then pre-recorded lessons that students can go back and watch later. So that was really exciting news. The other, you may have been following some stories out of other parts of the state regarding some conversations about changing admissions procedures for gov schools. We did discuss that as well, and the staff at RVGS will be reaching out to our county staffs to talk about ways that we could adjust our admissions processes as well to try to get a broader cross-section of students into the RVGS. So on a very different note, from STEM to the arts, it's been really fascinating watching all the posts coming out about Cavalier Theater and Liberty High School Theater. And I know Sheena Cruz and her team at Liberty High School do a great job, and Spence and Nikki White do a great job as well. And I'm looking forward to the Fall of Shakespeare this year with A Midsummer Night's Dream and The Tempest coming out outdoors. I guess bringing a heavy coat and a blanket, but looking forward to it as well. And then, we always talk about what a terrible year 2020 is, and for good reason. I mean, 2020 hasn't given us a lot of things to be excited about. In fact, I believe if Queen Elizabeth were here, she would probably refer to it as an annus horribilis. However, on the south side, it is not totally a bad year. There are two great things happening. 30 years ago, Stanton River Middle School stepped out of the shadow of its older sibling at the top of the hill and ceased being the annex and started becoming Stanton River Middle School. So I know earlier this spring, they had a great event that got COVIDed out, but hopefully one day that will be able to come back to celebrate Stanton River Middle School's 30th birthday. And then also, Manita Elementary School is celebrating its 50th anniversary in this year. And they've developed these great celebrating 50 years t-shirts that were designed by one of our staff members there. So really excited about some of the work that they're doing to commemorate the anniversaries of both of those schools. And on that note, I'm also very happy to hear that the Board of Supervisors is still open to entertaining our much needed HVAC replacements at the birthday child, Manita Elementary School, and also at Huddleston. And I look forward to seeing the progress, it's been a long night, on the bids for those, so that hopefully we can get those rolling in the not too distant future.
I just want to give a shout out to Goodview and Stewartsville and Huddleston. I visited those schools briefly. They're all doing really well. My thanks too, as everyone else has echoed, to the parents and students and staff. They're taking a very difficult situation and working hard to make it the best it can be. And I know we are all appreciative of everyone's efforts and of our staff. So we can't say thank you enough for that. Just a short congratulations to all those administrators tonight that were highlighted. I want to tell you that I have had personally some really positive comments about our nurses, specifically the help that they give, their positivity. So thank you to all of them and to Patricia Knox, because I think they're forming a new relationship with our community, and people have been very appreciative of their work. I also want to thank the students and staff for keeping the positive cases low, not only in school but in our county. A couple of months ago when I started reporting the positivity rate, it was 8.2. We're down to 4.9 now. So that's great because the WHO and the CDC say it should be below 5%. So I really appreciate that. And then I just have a couple of things. Dr. Dewis, I would just like to have a staff report if I could regarding the fuel situation. I'm just getting quite a few emails about empty fuel tanks and just what's going on with that. So I'll call you
Please do.
and share that with you, and maybe we can find out what's going on with the fuel. I also wanted to check and see what we actually did regarding the mass cleanliness at our August meeting. Mr. Lemia directed, I think, Ms. Robertson's team to come up with a plan. So what was that plan for the mask, keeping the masks clean, excuse me?
Individual schools did different things. Some ordered lanyards for students. Some are opting to provide students with disposable masks if they have any concerns. So we didn't need to come up with a plan because as soon as the mask expectations were articulated, schools stepped in and did that on their own and made no requests to us.
Great. The other thing I do want to talk about too, and it'll just be a minute, is, and I can put it on the agenda for next time, is I am very concerned about our paras because they are really being asked to be teachers basically, and I'm getting quite a bit of email from paras who are working 10 to 12 hours a week overtime, trying to do what they think is best. They're saying, you know, I'm really trying to meet with my lead teacher, so I know I'm prepared to provide whatever I need for the students that I care for. I'm running copies, I'm grading, there's all sorts of things, so I think we do need to take a look at that. And I know there's a problem, so I'm gonna call Mr. Hagler too about that, but I am gonna put that on the agenda. I just think it's something we at least need to have a discussion about to see if there's anything we can do to help these people.
Well, I get to go last again, so pretty much what everyone else said as far as from, support staff, teachers, paras, everyone who has really pitched in, made the best out of a terrible situation in which we found ourselves. Thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. Things will get better eventually. And I did have one question regarding something we had discussed previous meeting was the availability of drinking water at schools. What since the water fountains are shut down, what's the solution? Do we have a solution to that yet?
Yes, I think as I emailed the board a few weeks ago, schools have tackled this different ways. Some have purchased or had donated bottled water. Some are using pitchers in the classroom with disposable cups. And there may even be other solutions other than that, but we did ask our principals to make sure there was a good plan in place that was healthy and safe and
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Mealy, second.
Second. Somebody
Harrison, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Adjourn.
Can I get him to sign? Does he have to sign anything else today?
Straightforward.